Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still can't explain what happened that night, and it's been almost 3 years. I've told this story to a few close friends, but I've never shared it publicly until now. I guess I'm hoping someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it, because it still keeps me up at night sometimes. I was 16 at the time, and my brother Mason was 14. We lived in this big, old family home that my parents had bought when I was around 9. It wasn't ancient or anything, built in the 70s, but it had this weird layout that always felt a bit off. The house had these staircases that connected the different levels in a strange way. The main staircase was pretty long, maybe 15 steps, and led to this small landing area. From there, another smaller set of about 6 steps went up to where all our bedrooms were. My parents' bedroom was at one end of the hallway upstairs, with their own bathroom attached. Me and Mason had rooms across from each other, and there was another bathroom that we shared at the end of the hall. The house always made noises at night. You know, the usual creaking and settling sounds that older houses make. But we were all used to it. This happened on a Friday night in October. I remember because we'd had a half day at school, and Mason and I had spent most of the evening playing video games downstairs. Our parents had gone to bed around 11, taking our dog Rex with them. Rex is this massive German Shepherd mix who normally sleeps at the foot of their bed. He's super protective, barks at everything, which makes what happened even weirder. I'd stayed up late watching YouTube videos on my laptop. Around 2 in the morning, I needed to use the bathroom. I quietly opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The house was completely silent, except for the faint hum of the heating system. The hallway light was off, but there was enough moonlight coming through the window at the end of the hall that I could see without turning any lights on. As I passed Mason's room, I noticed his door was slightly ajar, and I could see the glow of his computer screen. I peeked in and saw him sitting at his desk with his headphones on, probably watching some gaming stream or something. He didn't notice me, and I didn't want to scare him, so I just continued to the bathroom. After using the toilet, I washed my hands and headed back to my room. The house was still completely quiet. I could hear the faint sound of whatever Mason was watching through his headphones as I passed his room again. Our parents' door was firmly shut at the other end of the hall, and I knew they were fast asleep with Rex. I went back into my room and gently closed the door behind me. I climbed into bed and was about to put my own headphones back on when I heard it. Footsteps. Running footsteps. And not just normal running. This was like someone sprinting at full speed. They started right outside the bathroom I had just left. At first, I thought maybe Mason had gone to use the bathroom after me, but these footsteps were too heavy, too forceful to be my skinny little brother. They pounded across the upper hallway at a speed that seemed impossible in such a small space. Then they hit the smaller staircase. Thud, 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 thud. Each step, clearly articulated as whatever it was, ran down. There was a split-second pause at the landing, and then the footsteps continued down the main staircase. Thud, 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 thud. Getting progressively louder and heavier with each step. I was frozen in my bed. The sound was so clear, so physical, that I could literally feel the vibrations through the floor. Whatever was running down those stairs was substantial. It had weight. It wasn't just some random house noise that my mind was misinterpreting. This was someone, or something, running full speed down our stairs in the middle of the night. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, and then nothing. Complete silence. No sound of the front door opening. No more footsteps on the ground floor. Just absolute silence. I sat there for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was terrified to move, terrified to open my door, terrified of what might be standing in our hallway or lurking at the bottom of the stairs. Then my phone lit up with a text. It was from Mason. "Did you hear that? What was that?" Seeing his text somehow broke the spell of terror that had frozen me in place. I texted back, "Yeah, someone running down the stairs." He replied immediately, "Come to my room." I gathered my courage and opened my door as quietly as I could, half expecting to see someone, or something, standing in the hallway. But there was nothing. Just the empty hallway, dimly lit by moonlight. I practically tiptoed across to Mason's room and slipped inside. He was sitting on his bed, his face pale in the blue light of his computer screen. He'd taken his headphones off and was staring at me with wide eyes. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, keeping my voice low. "I thought maybe it was you at first, but I saw you were in here." "I thought it was you," he said, "but then I got your text." We sat there in silence for a moment, both of us processing what had just happened. "Should we check downstairs?" Mason finally asked, though I could tell from his tone that he absolutely did not want to do this. I didn't either, but I felt like I should be the brave older brother. "Yeah, maybe. But let's check on Mum and Dad first." We crept down the hallway to our parents' door. I pressed my ear against it and could hear my dad's familiar snoring and the sound of Rex shifting around on the bed. I gently turned the knob and peeked in. Both our parents were fast asleep, and Rex lifted his head slightly to look at us before putting it back down. He hadn't barked or even gotten up, which was completely out of character for him. If there had been an actual intruder, Rex would have gone ballistic. Mason and I looked at each other, confused and increasingly scared. We whispered to each other about what to do next. Eventually, we decided to check downstairs together. I grabbed a baseball bat from my room, and Mason picked up a heavy flashlight from the hallway closet. We made our way down the smaller staircase to the landing, pausing to listen for any sounds. The house was completely silent now. We continued down the main staircase, me in front with the bat, Mason right behind me with the flashlight aimed over my shoulder. When we reached the bottom, we systematically checked every room on the ground floor. The front door was still locked with the chain on. All the windows were closed and locked. Nothing was disturbed. There was absolutely no sign that anyone had been there. We ended up in the kitchen, both of us completely baffled. "Maybe it was just the house settling," Mason suggested. But even he didn't sound convinced. "No way," I said. "That was definitely footsteps. Running footsteps. We both heard it." "But Rex didn't bark," Mason said. "And there's no one here." We decided to go back upstairs, but neither of us wanted to sleep alone. We ended up both camping out in my room, Mason on the floor in a sleeping bag, me in my bed. Neither of us slept much that night. We kept talking in whispers, trying to rationalize what we'd heard. The next morning we asked our parents if they'd heard anything strange during the night. They hadn't heard a thing. Rex hadn't alerted them to anything unusual. According to them, it had been a perfectly normal, quiet night. Over breakfast, we told them about the running footsteps. They listened patiently, but I could tell they didn't really believe us. My dad suggested it might have been an animal on the roof, or maybe the water pipes making noise as they cooled down. My mom wondered if we'd both fallen asleep and had the same dream. But Mason and I knew what we'd heard. Those were human footsteps, heavy, deliberate, and running at a speed that seemed almost impossible in such a confined space. And the fact that Rex hadn't reacted at all made it even more unsettling. Rex barks if a leaf blows past the window, but he hadn't made a sound when something ran full speed down our stairs in the middle of the night. For weeks afterward, Mason and I were on edge every night. We'd text each other if we heard even the slightest unusual sound. But we never heard those running footsteps again, at least not in the same way. About a month later, I was up late studying for a test when I heard what sounded like a single footstep in the hallway outside my room. I texted Mason immediately, but he was sound asleep and didn't respond until morning. A few weeks after that, Mason said he heard what sounded like someone running, but much more distant, almost muffled, somewhere in the house while he was home alone after school. These smaller incidents continued on and off, but nothing as clear and terrifying as that first night. It's like whatever it was had made its presence known, and was now just reminding us occasionally that it was still there. We still live in that house. My parents still don't believe us, or at least they pretend not to. But sometimes I catch my mum looking nervously toward the stairs when she hears an unexpected noise, and my dad has installed more security cameras than we really need for a house in our safe, quiet neighborhood. As for me and Mason, we've learned to live with it. We don't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes one of us will text the other a simple message, "Hear anything?" and we both know exactly what that means. I've researched similar experiences online, looked into the history of our house, even dabbled a bit in learning about supernatural phenomena, but I've never found a satisfactory explanation. No one died in our house as far as I know. There are no local legends about phantom runners or anything like that. All I know is what I heard that night, those unmistakable, impossibly fast footsteps running down our stairs, and the absolute certainty that whatever made those sounds wasn't something that belonged in our world. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when the house is completely silent, I still find myself holding my breath, listening for those footsteps to return. Story 2: I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at Brillo's Park Grocery when I was a kid. It's been over 20 years, but I can remember every detail, like it happened yesterday. I've never really told anyone the full story because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. Brillo's was this small grocery store in our neighborhood that had been around since forever. It was run by Karen and Bruce, this older couple who'd owned it for probably 30 years when I was growing up. The place had this distinct smell, a mix of fresh bread, cleaning products, and something else I could never quite put my finger on. Something old. My mom used to take me there after school almost every day. I was around 8 or 9 at the time, and Karen would always slip me a piece of candy when my mom wasn't looking. "Our little secret," she'd whisper with a wink. Over time, we became pretty close with them. Close enough that Karen would sometimes let me come behind the counter to help restock the candy shelves, which really meant I got to organize them however I wanted. The store itself wasn't anything special, just your typical neighborhood grocery. Wooden floors that creaked when you walked on them. Tall shelves stacked with canned goods, a small produce section, and a counter with an ancient cash register that made this loud ka-ching sound whenever it opened. But there was something about that place that felt different. Even as a kid, I sensed it. The back room was my favorite part. It was where they kept all the extra inventory, had a small desk with a rotary phone, and a little table where Karen and Bruce would eat their lunch. There was also this old chalkboard mounted on the wall where they'd write down inventory items or special orders. Karen would sometimes let me draw on it while my mum shopped. I loved that chalkboard. One afternoon in the summer, I think it was July or August, my mum and I went to Brillo's as usual. The bell above the door jingled as we walked in, and I immediately noticed something was off. Karen was standing at the counter, looking pale and tired. Her usually neat grey hair was slightly disheveled, and she kept glancing toward the back room. My mom must have noticed too, because she asked, "Karen, are you feeling all right?" Karen hesitated before saying, "Oh, I'm fine, dear. Just haven't been sleeping well." She paused, then lowered her voice. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" I wandered off to look at the comic book rack while they talked, but I could still hear bits of their conversation. Karen was telling my mom about strange things happening in the store. Noises at night when no one was there, cabinet doors opening and closing on their own, boxes falling off shelves for no reason, and tissues from the box on the counter randomly falling out one by one. "Bruce thinks I'm losing my mind," Karen said. "He says it's just the wind from the fans or the windows we leave open, but I know it's something else. This building is so old, you know. It was built in the 1920s. My mom, always practical, suggested it might be mice or the old building settling. But Karen shook her head vigorously. "Last week," she whispered, "I was alone in the store doing inventory, and I heard someone whisper my name, clear as day. I looked everywhere. No one was there. I pretended to be engrossed in an Archie comic, but my heart was racing. I'd always loved ghost stories, but the idea that Brillows, my Brillows, might be haunted was both terrifying and exciting." After their conversation, Karen spotted me by the comics and called me over. "Want to help me in the back room today? I need to count some inventory." I nodded eagerly, always happy to go to the forbidden zone where customers weren't allowed. My mum continued shopping while Karen led me through the swinging door behind the counter. The back room was cooler than the rest of the store, and the fluorescent light buzzed loudly overhead. Karen sat me at the small table and gave me a pad of paper and a pencil. "You can be my assistant," she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Just write down the numbers I call out." As she counted boxes of pasta on a shelf, I doodled on the pad, half listening to her numbers. The room felt different that day. Heavier somehow, like the air was thicker. I remember thinking it was weirdly quiet too, even though the fan was going. That's when Karen suddenly stopped counting and stood very still. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I shook my head, but then I heard it too. A soft scratching sound coming from inside the wall. Karen's eyes widened and she took a step toward me. "It happens all the time now," she said, her voice shaking slightly. "Listen." We both stood frozen, and sure enough the scratching continued, moving across the wall until it stopped directly behind the chalkboard. Karen pointed at it. "It always ends there," she said, "always at the chalkboard." I stared at the chalkboard, mounted securely to the wall with large bolts in each corner. It had been there for as long as I could remember, the surface worn from years of use. There were a few chalk marks on it, inventory numbers, and a reminder about an order coming on Thursday. What happened next is something I've tried to rationalize for years, but I still can't explain it. The chalkboard, bolted firmly to the wall, suddenly dropped straight down to the floor. Not like it fell off the wall or was pulled down. It literally slid straight down, as if someone had lowered it, and landed with a dull thud on the linoleum floor. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Karen gasped and grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the door. I remember her fingers digging into my skin as we both backed away from the fallen chalkboard. "I told Bruce," she kept saying. "I told him something was here." I bolted through the door, nearly knocking over a display of paper towels in my rush to find my mom. I was crying by the time I reached her in the cereal aisle, babbling about the chalkboard and the scratching sounds. My mom, bless her, didn't dismiss me. She took one look at my terrified face and Karen's pale one as she followed me out and knew something had genuinely scared us. "What happened?" she asked Karen, who was now trying to compose herself. "The chalkboard fell," Karen said simply, as if that explained everything. "The one that's bolted to the wall." My mom went to the back room to see for herself, and I refused to go with her, choosing instead to stay by the front counter, as far from the back room as possible. Bruce was at the register, looking annoyed by all the commotion. "Probably just came loose from the wall," he muttered when Karen tried to explain. "That thing's been up there for 40 years, but it hadn't come loose. When my mum came back, she looked puzzled and a little unnerved herself." "The bolts are still in the wall," she told Karen quietly, thinking I couldn't hear. "The brackets on the chalkboard are intact. It's like it just slipped out of them somehow." After that day, I was reluctant to go back to Brillows, but within a week, My childish fear had been replaced by curiosity. The next time we went, I made a point to look around the store more carefully, wondering what else might be off about the place. That's when I noticed the photograph. It hung on the wall near the entrance, an old black and white picture from the 1930s showing a group of people standing outside the store. The sign above the door read Park Grocery back then, before the Brillos bought it and added their name. I'd seen the photo 100 times before, but had never really looked at it. In the center of the group was a girl, maybe 12 or 13, wearing a dress typical of that era. But unlike everyone else in the photo who were crisp and clear, she was strangely blurry, as if she'd moved while the picture was being taken. And her eyes, they seemed to be looking directly at the camera, while everyone else was looking slightly off to the side. I couldn't stop staring at her. There was something about her expression that gave me chills. Not quite a smile, not quite a frown, but something in between, something knowing. From then on, every time we went to Brillo's, I felt like that girl in the photo was watching me. I'd hurry past it, avoiding looking directly at it. Karen noticed my discomfort one day and asked what was wrong. "The girl in the photo," I said hesitantly. "Who is she?" Karen glanced at the photograph and shrugged. "I don't know all their names. That picture came with the store when we bought it." "Why?" I couldn't explain why the girl bothered me so much, so I just mumbled "no reason" and hurried away. Over the next few months, Karen continued to experience strange occurrences in the store. Items would go missing only to reappear in odd places. The bell above the door would jingle when no one entered. The radio would suddenly change stations or turn off completely. Bruce remained skeptical, attributing everything to faulty wiring, the old building, or Karen's overactive imagination. But I believed her. After what I'd seen with the chalkboard, how could I not? About a year after the chalkboard incident, Karen and Bruce decided to retire and sell the store. They'd been talking about moving to Florida for years, and I think the strange happenings had finally worn Karen down. The store was bought by a man named Ihsan Azkabar, who planned to modernize it while keeping the neighborhood grocery feel. We still shopped there occasionally after Ihsan took over, but it wasn't the same without Karen slipping me candy or letting me into the back room. Ihsan was nice enough, but he kept to himself mostly. Then about a year after he bought the place, something terrible happened. My mum came home one day looking upset and told me Ihsan had died of a heart attack. Right there in the store, behind the counter. He was only 47. What she didn't tell me, but what I overheard her telling my dad later, was that a customer found him on the floor, his face frozen in an expression of absolute terror, as if he'd seen something unimaginable before he died. The store closed after that. No one wanted to buy it. It sat empty for years, gradually falling into disrepair. The last time I drove by my old neighborhood, the building had been torn down, replaced by a small parking lot. Sometimes I wonder about that girl in the photograph, the one who seemed to be looking right at me. I wonder if she was the one who made the chalkboard fall, who whispered Karen's name, who maybe even scared Ihsan to death. I've tried researching the history of the building, hoping to find some record of a death or tragedy that might explain the haunting, but I've never found anything concrete. All I know is what I experienced that day in the back room, something I still can't explain. And sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that scratching sound moving across the wall, coming closer and closer, until I wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like someone is watching me. Story 3. I still can't explain what happened that night in my house in Lakewood. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head, and nothing makes sense. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but after what I experienced, I'm not so sure anymore. It was about 3 months ago, on a Tuesday night in October. Nothing special about the day. I'd gone to work, picked up some groceries, made dinner, and watched TV with my cat Milo like any other night. I remember being pretty tired, so I went to bed earlier than usual, around 10:30. Milo curled up next to me like he always does, and I fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly at exactly 3:17 in the morning. I remember checking my phone because the abruptness of waking up confused me. You know that feeling when you wake up and something feels off, but you can't place what it is? That's how I felt. My heart was racing a bit, but I couldn't figure out why. Then I heard it, distinct sounds coming from downstairs in the kitchen. The unmistakable sound of drawers opening and closing. Not loudly, but methodically. Slow, deliberate, like someone was searching for something. My first thought was that Milo had somehow gotten downstairs and was messing around. I reached over to check if he was still on the bed, and sure enough, he was curled up right next to me, sleeping soundly. I gently touched him, and he made a little chirping sound in his sleep. So it wasn't Milo making those noises. Living alone in a suburban neighborhood that's generally quiet and safe, I'd never worried much about break-ins, but in that moment, the reality hit me hard. Someone was in my house. My mouth went completely dry, and I felt this cold sensation spreading through my chest. I sat up slowly, trying not to make my bed creak. The drawer sounds continued. Open, pause, close. Open, pause, close. Whoever was down there wasn't in a hurry. I reached for my phone, but then hesitated about calling 911 right away. What if it was nothing? What if the police showed up and it was just the house settling or something else I'd be embarrassed about? But then I heard what sounded like metal utensils being moved around. No, this was definitely someone. I need to explain something here. This wasn't the first weird thing that had happened in my house. About 2 months earlier, I'd woken up to strange sounds from downstairs too. That time it was more like furniture moving, and I distinctly remember hearing something fall to the floor with a thud. When I checked then, Milo wasn't in bed with me, so I'd convinced myself it was just him knocking something over. But I never found anything out of place the next morning, which had bothered me ever since. Back to that night 3 months ago. I was frozen in place, listening to the sounds downstairs, when something else started happening right in my bedroom. I began hearing odd scratching noises coming from my closet doors. It sounded like something was lightly dragging across the surface or moving very close to them. I stared at the doors, trying to make sense of what I was seeing and hearing in the darkness. My room was empty, except for me and Milo. There was nothing near those doors that could explain the sounds. No curtains moving in a breeze, no open windows, nothing. The scratching continued, soft but distinct. It wasn't constant, more like intermittent movements, which somehow made it more unsettling. It didn't sound like an animal. It was too deliberate. I was trying to process these two separate but equally terrifying things: the intruder downstairs and whatever was happening with my closet. When I felt it, something touched the back of my head, not just near it, but actually made contact, like fingers gently caressing the upper part and back of my head. Just a quick touch, but unmistakable. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My bed is positioned with the headboard against the wall. There is physically no way someone could be behind me. Nothing could reach me from that position. And the touch, this is the part that still gives me chills. It had no temperature. It wasn't warm like a person's hand, or cold like you'd expect a ghost touch to be. It was just presence. Pressure without temperature. I jerked forward and turned around, expecting to see, I don't know what. But there was nothing there. Just my wall, my headboard, and nothing else. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The kitchen noises downstairs had stopped. The scratching at my closet had stopped. Everything was suddenly, oppressively silent. I sat there in the dark, clutching my phone, trying to decide what to do. Call the police? Run out of the house? I was literally paralyzed with fear. Milo had woken up by this point and was looking around, alert, but not scared. which I found strange. If there was an intruder, wouldn't he be hissing or hiding? After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, I worked up the courage to turn on my bedside lamp. The sudden light made me blink, and as my eyes adjusted, I scanned the room. Nothing seemed out of place. The closet doors were closed just as I'd left them. No sign of anything that could have made those scratching sounds. I decided I needed to know what was happening downstairs. I couldn't just sit there wondering if someone was in my house. I grabbed the baseball bat I keep under my bed. I've lived alone for years. You develop precautions. And slowly, as quietly as possible, made my way to my bedroom door. I hesitated there, remembering another incident that had happened about a month before. I'd been lying in bed early one evening, not even fully dark out yet, when I rolled over and saw something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Right at my partially open bedroom door, I saw the outline of what looked like a black head peering at me from beside the doorframe, just a dark silhouette watching me. The second I focused on it, whatever it was pulled back and disappeared behind the door. I jumped up and checked the entire house that time, finding nothing. Standing at that same door now, bat in hand, I took a deep breath and pulled it open slowly. The hallway was dark, but not pitch black thanks to the nightlight I keep in the bathroom. I listened intently but heard nothing. I crept down the hallway to the stairs, each step causing the floor to creak slightly, despite my efforts to be silent. At the top of the stairs, I paused again to listen. Still nothing from below. The kitchen is visible from the bottom of my stairs. It's an open floor plan, so I'd be able to see if someone was in there as soon as I got down. I took the stairs one at a time, bat raised, ready to either defend myself or run back up and lock myself in my room to call 911. When I reached the bottom, I immediately looked toward the kitchen. Empty. No sign of anyone. I checked the front and back doors, both locked from the inside, just as I'd left them before going to bed. Windows all closed and locked too. I went through every room downstairs, living room, dining room, the small office I have set up in what should be a den. Nothing out of place, no sign of entry, no stranger hiding anywhere. When I reached the kitchen, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The drawer that holds my cutlery was open about 2 inches. I always close my drawers completely. It's just a habit of mine. I never leave them open, not even a little bit. I approached it cautiously and looked inside. Everything seemed to be in place. My organized rows of forks, knives and spoons, all where they should be. But the drawer was definitely open. I closed it and checked the other drawers, all completely shut, just that one drawer was open. Standing in my kitchen at almost 4 in the morning, baseball bat still clutched in my hand, I tried to rationalize what was happening. Maybe I'd left the drawer open earlier. No, I'm too particular about that. Maybe the house was settling and it caused the drawer to slide open. But that wouldn't explain the distinct sounds of multiple drawers opening and closing that had woken me up, and it certainly wouldn't explain the scratching at my closet or the touch on the back of my head. I went back upstairs, checked my room again, looked in my closet, finding nothing unusual, and then sat on my bed, unsure what to do next. Milo jumped up and settled next to me, purring as if nothing strange had happened. I envied his calm. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up, lights on, bat beside me, jumping at every little noise the house made. When dawn finally came, I felt both relieved and ridiculous. In the light of day, it all seemed less threatening, easier to dismiss as my imagination or normal house noises, misinterpreted through the filter of being half asleep. But I know what I heard. I know what I felt, and I know that drawer was open. The next night, I installed a security system with cameras covering every entrance and the main areas downstairs. I've slept with my bedroom door locked every night since then. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened again, though I still occasionally hear strange sounds I can't explain. Sometimes the cameras pick up weird light anomalies that the company says are just dust particles or insects, but they always seem to move in such deliberate patterns. I don't know if my house is haunted, if I experienced some kind of waking dream that night, or if there was actually an intruder who somehow got in and out without leaving a trace. All I know is that I can't explain what touched me from behind a solid wall, what made those scratching sounds, or who was opening my kitchen drawers. Sometimes when I'm alone in the house, I get the distinct feeling I'm being watched. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I still catch glimpses of what looks like a dark figure standing in doorways, always disappearing the moment I try to look directly at it. I've thought about moving, but something keeps me here. Maybe it's just stubbornness, not wanting to be driven from my home by fear. Or maybe it's something else, something I can't quite put into words. A need to understand what happened that night, to make sense of the inexplicable. All I know for sure is that I'm never truly alone in this house, even when I'm the only one here. Story 4. : I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even after all these years, I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. I was 15 years old, living with my grandma Elaine in our old farmhouse in rural Ohio, deep in Appalachian country. Our property was massive, 80 acres of dense forest surrounding us on all sides. The isolation was intense. Our nearest neighbors were my aunt, uncle, and cousins, who lived about a 5-minute walk down a gravel path that ran alongside the woods. We were so cut off from everything that we didn't even get internet until around 10 years ago. That Sunday started like any other. We had our usual family dinner at Grandma's house. Nothing special, just pot roast potatoes and some green beans from Grandma's garden. My little cousin Marcus, who was around 6 or 7 at the time, was being his usual energetic self, running around and playing with our other cousins. As the evening wound down around 8:30, Marcus needed to head back to his parents' house. "I'll walk back by myself," he announced proudly, puffing out his little chest. His mom nodded, as it was still light enough outside, and the path between our houses was well-worn and familiar. We all watched from the porch as Marcus headed up the gravel trail that ran alongside the edge of the woods. He was singing some cartoon theme song to himself, kicking stones as he went. But he'd barely been gone a minute when we heard the frantic slapping of his sneakers racing back down the path. Marcus came tearing around the bend, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. He burst onto the porch, gasping for breath. There's something in the woods," he sputtered, pointing frantically back toward the path. My aunt sighed, pulling him into a hug. "Marcus, honey, it's probably just a deer. Remember when you thought you saw a monster last month and it was just Mr. Wilson's dog?" No, it's big and black and... Marcus was struggling to explain, his little body trembling against my aunt. My uncle rolled his eyes. That boy and his imagination. I watched Marcus's face closely. I'd seen him scared before, but this was different. There was raw terror in his eyes. "I'll go check it out with him," I offered, partly because I felt bad for him and partly out of curiosity. Marcus grabbed my hand tightly as we headed back up the path. The sun was getting lower now, casting long shadows through the trees. The woods seemed darker than usual, the silence more profound. As we rounded the bend in the trail, Marcus suddenly froze, his fingernails digging into my palm. "There," he whispered, pointing with his free hand. "Right there." I followed his finger, expecting to see nothing. Maybe a fallen tree branch or a shadow playing tricks on us. What I saw instead made my blood run cold. About 3 yards ahead of us, just off the path near the tree line, stood something massive and black. It was roughly 7 feet tall, a solid dark mass with no distinguishable shape except for its height and width. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a tarp caught in the trees, a weird shadow. But then I noticed 2 small, dark, beady eyes staring back at us, set above what looked like a flat, pug-like nose. There was no mouth that I could see, no arms or legs or hair, just this enormous black presence, and it was moving, not walking or shifting position, but vibrating or shivering subtly, like gelatin that had been disturbed. That's when I knew with absolute certainty that whatever we were looking at was alive. My mind went blank with fear. I couldn't scream, I couldn't even breathe. I just stared at this thing that shouldn't exist, that couldn't exist, but was undeniably there, looking back at us. Marcus tugged hard on my arm, breaking the spell. "Run!" he whimpered. We turned and sprinted back down the path. Marcus tripped once, skinning his knee on the gravel, but he scrambled back up without even crying out. When we burst back onto the porch, we were both gasping for air, our faces drained of color. "There really is something out there," I managed to say between breaths. "It's huge and black, and it has eyes." My aunt and uncle exchanged looks of concern, but I could tell they still didn't believe us. Grandma, however, was watching us with a strange expression on her face. "We need to go look again," I insisted. "But we need more people." My two other cousins, 14-year-old Jake and 9-year-old Lily, volunteered to come with us. Safety in numbers, I guess. We grabbed a flashlight even though it wasn't fully dark yet, and the four of us headed back up the path, Jake leading the way with false bravado. "I bet it's just a bear standing on its hind legs," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. As we rounded the bend again, I held my breath, half hoping the thing would be gone. It wasn't. The black mass stood exactly where we'd left it, those tiny eyes still fixed in our direction. Jake stopped so suddenly that Lily bumped into him from behind. "Holy shit," he whispered, forgetting to censor himself around the younger kids. "What is that?" Lily's voice was barely audible. Jake, trying to be brave, took one small step forward. The black mass reacted instantly. It seemed to flinch or jump slightly, as if startled. It didn't move toward us or away, just that little vertical hop, like someone had poked it. That tiny movement was enough to send all four of us scrambling backward. We ran all the way back to the house, this time all of us falling at least once in our panic. When we tumbled back onto the porch, even Jake was pale and shaking. "You have to come see," Jake told the adults, his voice cracking. "There's really something out there." My grandfather, a stubborn man who'd lived in these woods his entire life, scoffed. "You kids and your pranks. There's nothing out there that I haven't seen before." "This isn't a prank, Grandpa," I insisted. "Please just come look." But he refused, convinced we were trying to fool him. The adults went back to their coffee and dessert, dismissing our terror as childish imagination. We four kids huddled together on the porch, too scared to go back but desperate for someone to believe us. About an hour later, when it was fully dark, Grandpa finally agreed to check, mostly to prove us wrong. He grabbed his shotgun and flashlight, and we followed him up the path, staying close behind. When we reached the spot, I pointed to where the entity had been standing. "Right there, Grandpa. That's where it was." He swept his flashlight beam across the area, illuminating nothing but trees and undergrowth. The black mass was gone. Grandpa turned to us with a triumphant, "I told you so" expression, but something caught my eye. The plants where the entity had stood looked different, flattened, as if something heavy had been standing on them. "See?" I pointed. "Something was there." Grandpa shrugged. "Probably just a deer bedding down." But I knew better. What we saw wasn't a deer or a bear or any animal I'd ever encountered in these woods, and from the looks on my cousins' faces, they knew it too. That night, I couldn't sleep. My bedroom window faced the woods, and I kept imagining those beady eyes staring back at me through the glass. I pulled my curtains shut tight and buried myself under the blankets, but sleep wouldn't come. Around midnight, I heard something that made my heart stop, a soft scratching sound at my window. At first, I tried to convince myself it was just a tree branch, but we didn't have any trees close enough to the house to touch the windows. The scratching continued, gentle but persistent. I lay frozen in my bed, too terrified to move, to breathe, to call out for Grandma. The scratching stopped abruptly, followed by silence so complete I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. Then came a soft tapping, tap, 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 like a fingernail against glass, but somehow wrong, too flat, too dull. With every ounce of courage I possessed, I inched my hand toward the bedside lamp and switched it on. The tapping stopped instantly. I sat up, staring at the curtained window, debating whether to look or not. After what felt like an eternity, I slid out of bed and approached the window on trembling legs. My hand hovered at the edge of the curtain. Part of me was screaming not to look, but I had to know. In one swift motion, I yanked the curtain aside. There was nothing there, just darkness and the outline of trees in the distance. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to see if anything was hiding just out of view, but there was nothing unusual. As I started to pull back, relief washing over me, I noticed something that made my stomach lurch. A smudge on the outside of the glass, at about the height where a face might press against it. It wasn't a handprint or fingerprints, but a large amorphous smear, as if something soft and damp had been pressed against the window. I let the curtain fall back into place and retreated to my bed, where I sat upright until morning, the lamp burning beside me. I never told Grandma about the tapping or the smudge. Somehow, talking about it felt like it would make it more real, more dangerous. The next day I checked the outside of my window. The smudge was gone, with no trace it had ever been there. When I mentioned this to my cousins, Jake admitted he'd heard tapping at his window too, around the same time. Lily said she'd dreamt of beady eyes watching her sleep. Years have passed since that night, but I've never forgotten what we saw in the woods. I've researched local folklore, cryptids, even rare animals that might explain what we encountered, but nothing fits. It wasn't a bear on its hind legs. Bears don't vibrate like that, and they have visible limbs and fur. It wasn't a person in a costume. The movements were too unnatural, too fluid yet rigid at the same time. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if it was just the power of suggestion after Marcus got scared. But then I remember those eyes, that subtle shivering motion, and the inexplicable fear that gripped me. A fear more primal and deep than anything I've felt before or since. I still visit Grandma at the old farmhouse sometimes, but I never walk that path alone, and I never stay after dark. Whatever was in those woods that night, whatever came tapping at my window, I hope I never encounter it again. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I swear I can hear that soft, persistent tapping, calling me back to the darkness of those Appalachian woods. Story 5. I still can't sleep with my back to a closet door. It's been 7 years since we moved out of that house, but some things stick with you forever. I guess I should start from the beginning. My family came to America in the late 80s after escaping the Khmer Rouge. We were 12 people total. My parents, siblings, grandparents, plus my uncle Marcus, who was only 16 at the time, just 2 years older than me. After years of living crammed in a 2-bedroom apartment, we finally saved enough to rent this big old house built sometime in the 30s in a small town in Minnesota. When we first toured the place, I remember being excited about all the space. 3 floors, 6 bedrooms, a massive kitchen, perfect for my mom and grandmother to cook our traditional meals. The basement was unfinished, except for one room that had been converted into a bedroom. At the back of this room was a heavy metal door that led to an old bomb shelter from the Cold War era. The landlord mentioned it casually, like it was just some quirky feature. Previous owner was paranoid about nuclear war, built this back in the 40s. On moving day, we were figuring out who would sleep where. Nobody wanted the basement bedroom, even though it was the biggest. There was something off about it. The air felt different down there, heavier somehow. When you walked near that bomb shelter door, the temperature dropped noticeably. My grandmother, who's always been sensitive to these things, refused to even go down there after her first visit. Uncle Marcus, though, he was always trying to prove how tough he was. "You're all being ridiculous," he said in Khmer, rolling his eyes. "I'll take the room. More privacy for me." My grandmother grabbed his arm and told him not to, but he shrugged her off. The first week was uneventful. We were busy unpacking, enrolling in new schools, getting settled. Then one morning at breakfast, Marcus looked exhausted. When my mom asked if he slept okay, he muttered something about the bomb shelter door opening by itself during the night. We all went quiet. "I closed it before going to bed," he insisted, "but I woke up around 3 in the morning and it was wide open." My dad suggested maybe he forgot to close it properly, or maybe the latch was loose. Marcus agreed that must be it. But the next night the same thing happened, and the night after that. My parents went down to check the door. It was solid metal with a wheel lock like you'd see on a submarine, heavy enough that it took some effort to turn, not something that would just swing open on its own. They made sure it was securely closed, but the next morning, Marcus reported it had opened again. That's when he decided to push his dresser in front of the door. "Problem solved," he announced at dinner, looking pleased with himself. That night the knocking started. It was faint at first. Tap, 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 like someone politely asking to be let out. Marcus told us about it the next morning, trying to laugh it off, saying it was probably just the pipes or the house settling, but his eyes gave him away. He was scared. The knocking grew louder each night. By the end of the week, it wasn't just tapping anymore. It was pounding, like someone was slamming their fist against the metal door. Marcus started sleeping with his TV on to drown out the noise. My parents were concerned but practical. They checked the bomb shelter thoroughly during the day, looking for raccoons or some other explanation. There was nothing, just a small concrete room with empty shelves and a musty smell. No way in or out, except through that door. One night, about 3 weeks after we moved in, I was up late studying when I heard Marcus shouting. I ran downstairs to find him standing in the hallway outside his room, pale and shaking. My parents and the rest of the family weren't far behind. "Someone's in there," he said, pointing toward his room. "Someone's trying to get out of that shelter." The pounding was so loud we could all hear it clearly, even from the hallway. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm, almost like code. Bang, 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 pause, bang, bang, bang. Over and over. My dad, trying to be brave, went into Marcus's room with a baseball bat. The rest of us crowded in the doorway, watching. The dresser was still firmly in place in front of the shelter door, but it shook slightly with each impact from the other side. Dad put his hand on the metal door. It was ice cold, much colder than the rest of the room. He called out, asking if someone was there. The pounding stopped immediately. The silence was almost worse. Then my grandmother pushed past everyone. She'd been hanging back, but now she approached the door with her hand outstretched, not quite touching it. She closed her eyes and started muttering prayers in Khmer. After a long moment, she turned to us. "There is a woman here," she said softly. "She died badly. Her husband killed her." My grandmother explained that growing up near a Buddhist monastery in Cambodia had taught her to sense spirits. She said this one was showing her images. A woman in 1940s clothing having an affair, her husband discovering them, a violent argument. Then horror. The husband killing her, cutting her body into pieces, hiding the remains in the bomb shelter he'd recently built. "No one ever found her," my grandmother said. "Her spirit is trapped." We were all terrified, but Marcus was livid. "Why is she bothering me?" he shouted. "I didn't do anything to her." My grandmother shook her head. "You blocked her door. She wants to be free to move through the house." The idea of a vengeful ghost wandering our home wasn't exactly comforting, but my grandmother insisted it was safer than keeping her contained and angry. She told Marcus to move the dresser and leave the door unlocked. "We will find a new house," she promised. "Until then, we show respect." That night, Marcus slept in the living room. The door to the bomb shelter remained unlocked. The dresser moved to the opposite wall. For several nights after that, things were quiet. No knocking, no disturbances. But the house felt different. Cold spots would appear randomly. You'd walk from the kitchen to the dining room and suddenly hit a pocket of freezing air. Sometimes I'd catch movement from the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. My little sisters said they heard a woman crying in the bathroom once, but no one was there when they checked. My mom's necklace disappeared from her jewelry box, only to reappear days later, hanging from the basement doorknob. We started looking for a new place immediately, but affordable houses big enough for 12 people weren't easy to find. Weeks stretched into a month, then 2. Marcus grew increasingly frustrated. The spirit seemed particularly focused on him. His belongings would go missing, his room would be significantly colder than the rest of the house, and sometimes he'd wake up with scratches on his arms that he couldn't explain. Then came the night that changed everything. Marcus had been drinking with friends. He wasn't supposed to, but he was a teenager rebelling against everything. He came home drunk and angry. I heard him stomping down to his room. He'd moved back there after a couple of weeks, claiming the living room couch was killing his back. A few minutes later there was shouting, not just Marcus's voice. The whole house seemed to erupt with noise, doors slamming, things falling off shelves. I ran downstairs with my parents to find Marcus in his room, screaming at the bomb shelter door. "Leave me alone," he was yelling, kicking at the metal surface. "I'm not afraid of you." As we watched in horror, he grabbed a screwdriver from his desk and started drilling screws into the frame around the door, effectively bolting it shut. "Try getting through that," he sneered. The house went dead silent for about 10 seconds. Then the temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The lights flickered, and a deep, resonant bang came from inside the shelter. Not like a knock, more like something heavy being thrown against the door. Marcus laughed, taunting whatever was inside. Then suddenly, one of the screws he'd just driven in shot out of the door like a bullet, missing his face by inches. Then another, and another. They flew across the room with enough force to embed themselves in the opposite wall. The metal wheel on the door began to turn by itself, straining against the remaining screws. The dresser that Marcus had pushed back in front of the door began to slide across the floor, the wood creaking in protest. My grandmother rushed in, grabbed Marcus by the arm, and pulled him out of the room. "Everyone upstairs, now!" she commanded. We didn't need to be told twice. We spent that night huddled together in the living room, listening to the chaos below. Crashes, bangs, the sound of glass breaking. None of us dared go down to investigate. My grandmother burned incense and prayed continuously. When morning came, my father and uncle finally ventured downstairs. Marcus's room was destroyed, furniture overturned, posters ripped from walls, his belongings scattered everywhere. The bomb shelter door stood open, the screws Marcus had used lying bent and twisted on the floor. We moved out that weekend, cramming ourselves back into the small apartment we'd been so happy to leave. It was crowded and uncomfortable, but at least it felt safe, or so we thought. About a month after moving, Marcus started complaining about feeling watched. He'd wake up with the same unexplained scratches. His possessions would disappear. The family tried to dismiss it as leftover trauma from the house, but deep down, we knew better. Then my little cousin Lena, who was only 3 at the time, started doing something strange. We'd find cups of water placed at doorways around the apartment. When asked why, she said they were for the scary woman with the red eyes who follows Uncle Marcus. That was when we realized the spirit hadn't stayed behind in the house. It had attached itself to Marcus and followed him. My grandmother contacted some monks from the local Buddhist temple. They performed cleansing rituals, blessed the apartment, gave Marcus special protective amulets to wear. It helped for a while, but the activity would always return, especially when Marcus was stressed or angry. It took 3 more cleansing rituals over the course of a year before things finally quieted down. The monks said the spirit had finally moved on, but sometimes I still wonder. Marcus is married now with kids of his own. He never talks about what happened, but I've noticed he always sleeps with his bedroom door open and never has closets or storage spaces in his bedroom. As for me, I still can't sleep with my back to a closet door. Some fears stick with you, no matter how much time passes. And sometimes, on particularly cold nights, I wake up at exactly 3 in the morning for no reason at all, my room suddenly freezing, feeling like someone is standing just on the other side of my bedroom door, waiting to be let in. Story 6. I've never told my story publicly before. I'm not even sure if I should be sharing it now, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I grew up in a small town in northern Alabama, the kind where everybody knows everybody's business and rumors spread faster than wildfire. My mom and I lived in the basement of my grandparents' house for most of my childhood. It wasn't some dark, damp cellar or anything. It had been converted into a proper living space with a small kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. But there was always something off about it. From my earliest memories, that basement never felt right. I remember being around 5 years old and refusing to sleep in my own room. My mom would tuck me in, turn on my Ninja Turtles nightlight, and leave the door cracked open. But within minutes, I'd be in tears, feeling like someone was watching me from the corners of the room. The cats we had would act strange too. They'd sit and stare at empty spaces, their eyes following something invisible as it moved across the room. Sometimes they'd arch their backs and hiss at nothing. Our drapes would move when there wasn't any breeze, and we'd hear footsteps when nobody was there. At first, my mom tried to rationalize it. She thought maybe it was my great-grandmother's spirit, since we had some of her old furniture down there. That explanation was comforting. The idea that it might be a family member watching over us, but deep down, I think we both knew it wasn't her. Things changed when my grandparents decided to move to Florida. They offered my mum the whole house, and she accepted. We moved our stuff upstairs, thinking we'd leave whatever was in the basement behind. That's when everything got worse. My mom started having these horrible nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about 3 men without faces standing at the foot of her bed. They would tell her she was worthless, a failure as a mother, that she was damned. She'd wake up with scratches on her arms that weren't there when she went to bed. I was around 12 at this point, and I started experiencing things too. I'd be doing homework at the kitchen table and feel a cold breath on the back of my neck. I'd turn around, and for a split second, I could see something tall standing in the doorway, but it would disappear as soon as I focused on it. The worst part was the feeling of being watched constantly. I couldn't shake it, even at school. It felt like this thing, whatever it was, had its eyes on me all the time, except it didn't have eyes. I never saw a face, just a tall, dark silhouette. When my mum started dating Rob, who later became my stepdad, things took another turn. Rob had what he called a 6th sense about places. The first time he came over for dinner, he got really quiet halfway through the meal. When my mum asked what was wrong, he just said, "This house has something in it that doesn't belong here." Rob had a daughter, Lily, who was 6 at the time. She came with him for his 2nd visit, and that's when it happened. We were all sitting in the living room when Lily suddenly pointed at the window and said, "Who's that faceless man looking at us?" We all turned to look, but there was nothing there. Rob grabbed Lily and backed away from the window. My mom started crying. None of us slept that night. Within a week, my mom had found us a new place to live. We packed our things in a hurry, and on the last day, when my mum went back to get the final boxes, every single door in the house started slamming shut at once. She ran out of there and never went back inside. We moved to Tennessee after that, thinking we'd left it behind. But I still felt followed. There would be moments when I'd catch a glimpse of something tall and thin out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I'd wake up at 3:15 in the morning, for no reason, feeling like someone was standing over my bed. It wasn't until I was 17 that things changed. I'd made friends with a girl named Sarah who practiced Wicca. When I finally broke down and told her what had been happening, she offered to perform a cleansing ritual. I was desperate enough to try anything. Sarah came over when my parents weren't home. She burned sage, sprinkled salt around my room, and recited some kind of removal spell. I don't remember the exact words, but I remember how the air felt afterward. Lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. For the first time in years, I slept through the night without waking up in cold sweat. The feeling of being watched gradually faded. I started to think maybe it was over. Then, about 4 years later, the Slender Man started appearing online. I remember the first time I saw a drawing of it. Tall, unnaturally thin, wearing a black suit with no face. I felt sick to my stomach. When I showed it to my mom, all the color drained from her face. "That's it," she whispered. "That's what was in our house." How could something that had just been created on the internet have been haunting us for years? It didn't make any sense, but the resemblance was undeniable. This was exactly what we'd been seeing. I got back in touch with Sarah, who had deepened her Wiccan practices. She used a pendulum to try to communicate with whatever had been attached to me. According to her, the entity remembered us. It wanted us to come back. It was waiting. The most terrifying part is that whenever my mum or I drive anywhere near our old street, we both feel this overwhelming urge to go to the house. It's like being pulled by an invisible force. My stepdad has had to physically restrain my mum from turning down that road when we visit family in the area. 5 years ago, we went back to Alabama for Christmas. We were staying at a hotel about 20 miles from our old house. The first night there, I had the worst nightmare I'd had in years. In it, I was standing outside our old house. The door was open, and inside, I could see a tall, thin silhouette. It had no face, but somehow I knew it was smiling. It beckoned to me with impossibly long fingers. I woke up screaming, despite the fact that Rob had hung one of his dream catchers above my bed, one that had been blessed by a native shaman friend of his. Whatever this thing was, it was powerful enough to get past those protections. My stepdad thinks the entity has attached itself to the property and is trying to bind itself to me again before I leave the state. That's why the pull feels strongest when we're about to go home. It's making one last attempt to follow us. I've had psychics, mediums, and religious leaders try to help me understand what this thing is. Some say it's a demon, others say it's some kind of ancient entity that existed long before the Slender Man became an internet meme. One medium told me that it feeds on fear, and that by being afraid of it, I've been keeping it alive all these years. The last time I was in Alabama was 2 years ago for my grandfather's funeral. I stayed in my cousin's guest room, and on the last night, I woke up around 3 in the morning feeling like I couldn't breathe. When I opened my eyes, there was a tall, dark figure standing in the corner of the room. I could see it clearly in the moonlight coming through the window. Impossibly tall, unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like a suit where its face should have been. There was just nothing. I couldn't move or scream. It stayed there for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it raised one long, thin arm and pointed at me. I heard a voice in my head that said, "I'll be waiting for you." The next morning, I found strange marks on the window, like something with long fingers had been pressing against the glass from outside. My cousin's house is 2 stories up. I left Alabama that day and haven't been back since. But sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still feel like it's watching me from a distance. I've moved 6 times in the past 2 years, trying to outrun this feeling. I don't know what this thing is or why it chose me and my family. All I know is that it's real, it's patient, and it remembers us. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I worry that one day I'll give in to that pull and find myself standing outside our old house again, with something tall and faceless waiting to welcome me home. Story 7. I've been holding this in for 20 years, and I need to get it off my chest. I know what I saw that night, even though I was only 7 years old. Some memories from childhood fade, but others burn themselves into your mind forever. This happened back in the summer of 2003 in Pinewood County, where my dad lived after my parents split up. Mum got custody, but I'd visit Dad every other weekend, and for 3 weeks during summer break. That particular weekend in July started like any other visit. Dad picked me up Friday afternoon in his red Ford F-150. I remember being excited because he promised we'd go fishing at Sawyer Lake on Sunday. I had my little Spider-Man backpack with my clothes and my favorite Hot Wheels cars that I brought everywhere. The rain started Saturday evening. Not just a drizzle, but one of those summer downpours where the sky turns an angry grey-green and the wind makes the trees dance. Dad and I had just finished eating pizza at Mario's, this local place he loved. I remember because I got to have root beer, which Mom never let me have at home. "We better head back before this gets worse," Dad said, looking out the restaurant window. I could see the concern on his face as lightning flashed in the distance. The drive back to Dad's place was about 30 minutes, mostly along Route 12, this winding 2-lane highway that cut through dense forest. By the time we got in the truck, the rain was coming down in sheets. The windshield wipers were going full speed, making that squeaky rubber sound as they fought to keep up. Dad gripped the steering wheel tight, leaning forward to see better. I wasn't scared yet. Dad was a good driver, and his truck felt big and safe. The heater was on, making the windows fog up at the edges. I remember drawing little faces in the condensation while raindrops raced each other down the glass outside. About 15 minutes into the drive, we reached that long stretch of highway that curves down Hadley Hill. It's this steep section that runs for almost a mile before it levels out. Even on good days, Dad would always slow down there. "Getting slick out here, bud," Dad said, easing off the gas. The headlights cut through the rain, but they didn't reach very far. The world beyond our truck seemed to disappear into darkness and water. What happened next is still clear in my mind, even after all these years. The back of the truck started to slide to the left. Dad's hands moved quickly on the wheel, trying to correct it. I remember the strange, weightless feeling as the tires lost their grip. Dad said something, I think it was "hang on," but it happened so fast, we were hydroplaning. The truck spun, turning almost sideways on the road. I wasn't scared yet, just confused by the weird sensation. Then came the jolting bump as we left the pavement, and the violent jerking as we went down the small embankment on the side of the road. The world became a blur of motion and noise. The truck tilted, then crashed into something solid. Trees at the edge of the forest. The impact wasn't as bad as it could have been because we'd slowed down a lot, but it was still enough to throw me against my seatbelt. There was this horrible crunching sound of metal and breaking glass. Then, stillness. The engine died. The only sounds were the rain hammering on the roof and the tick-tick-tick of the cooling engine. "Jamie? Jamie, are you okay?" Dad's voice broke through my daze. He reached over, his hands checking me for injuries. "I'm okay," I said, though my voice came out shaky. I was surprised to find I really wasn't hurt, just shocked. Dad had a small cut on his forehead that was bleeding a little, but he seemed fine otherwise. The truck, though, wasn't so lucky. We were tilted at an angle with the passenger side, my side, slightly higher than the driver's. Through the rain-streaked windows, I could make out trees pressing against the truck. The front cab where we sat was mostly intact, but I could tell from the way Dad looked back that the bed of the truck was badly damaged. "Thank God you're all right," Dad said, unbuckling his seatbelt. "Let me call for help." He reached for his cell phone, one of those early flip phones, and dialed 911. As he was explaining our situation to the dispatcher, I looked out my window. That's when I saw him. Standing just a few feet from my window was a man, in the rain. He wasn't wearing a raincoat or holding an umbrella, just standing there, getting soaked. He was maybe 5'10", with a full beard that was dark with streaks of gray. He looked to be in his 50s, wearing a flannel shirt and jeans. What struck me most were his eyes. They seemed concerned. At first I thought maybe he was from another car that had stopped to help, but I didn't see any other vehicles on the road above us. The man stepped closer to my window. "You rolled your window down," Dad asked later, "but I swear I never touched the button. Yet somehow the window was down enough that rain was starting to splash inside." "Are you okay in there?" the man asked. His voice was deep but gentle. Water was running down his face, but he didn't seem bothered by it. "Yes," I answered, still a bit dazed. "My dad's calling for help." The man nodded, seeming relieved. "Good, that's good." I turned to Dad, who was still on the phone with the 911 operator, giving details about our location. When I looked back out the window, not even 3 seconds later, the man was gone. Completely gone. I pressed my face against the window, trying to see where he went. The rain was still coming down hard, but visibility wasn't that bad. I could see up the embankment to the road. I could see along the tree line in both directions. There was nowhere he could have gone so quickly. No car driving away, no figure running down the road or into the woods. He had simply vanished. "Dad," I said, tugging on his sleeve after he hung up, "did you see that man?" Dad looked at me, confused. "What man?" "The man outside my window. He asked if we were okay." Dad looked past me, out the window, then back at me with a frown. "There's nobody out there, Jamie. We're the only ones who've stopped." "But he was just here. He had a beard and was wearing a flannel shirt." Dad's expression softened. He probably thought I was in shock or had hit my head. "It's okay, buddy. Help is coming. The paramedics will be here in about 20 minutes. I knew what I'd seen, but I stopped trying to convince him. Instead, I kept watching out the window, half expecting the man to reappear. He never did. We sat in the truck, waiting. Dad kept talking to me, probably to make sure I wasn't going into shock or something. He told me everything would be okay, that the truck could be fixed, that the important thing was we weren't badly hurt. But I wasn't really listening. I couldn't stop thinking about the man who'd disappeared. When the paramedics finally arrived, their flashing lights painted the rainy night in pulses of red and blue. 2 of them scrambled down the embankment with their equipment. One was a woman with short blonde hair. The other was a younger guy with glasses. They checked us both over carefully. "You guys are lucky," the female paramedic said, as she put a small bandage on Dad's cut. "This stretch gets nasty in heavy rain. We've responded to at least 3 serious accidents here this year alone." Her words made my stomach tighten. I wanted to ask if anyone had died here, but I couldn't form the words. The younger paramedic was checking my pupils with a small flashlight. "You sure you didn't hit your head, buddy?" he asked. "I'm sure," I said. Then, before I could stop myself, "Did you see a man when you got here, standing in the rain?" The paramedics exchanged glances. "There was no one else here when we arrived," the woman said. "Just you and your dad." They helped us up the embankment to the ambulance, where they continued checking us. A tow truck arrived to deal with Dad's F-150. Despite my protests that I was fine, they decided to take us to the hospital anyway, just to be sure. As we drove away, I looked back through the ambulance's rear windows. The rain was letting up slightly, and in the fading emergency lights, I could see the skid marks on the road leading to where we'd gone off. But there was no sign of the man. At the hospital, they checked us again and released us a couple hours later. Dad's friend picked us up and drove us back to his place. I was exhausted but couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bearded man's face. The next morning, Dad tried to make things normal. He made pancakes and suggested we could still try fishing if I felt up to it. The truck was totaled, but his friend had offered to loan us his car. I went along with it, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. During a quiet moment while Dad was getting our fishing gear ready, I asked him, "Dad, do you believe in ghosts?" He paused, setting down the tackle box. I don't know, Jamie. Why? I think that's what I saw yesterday, a ghost. Dad sat down next to me. Jamie, you went through something scary. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're scared or shocked. But he was so real, I insisted. And the paramedic said there have been other accidents there. Dad just hugged me and changed the subject. 20 years later, I still think about that night. I've driven past that stretch of highway many times as an adult. It looks so ordinary in daylight. They've added guardrails since then and improved the drainage to prevent hydroplaning. I've researched accidents in that area. Between 1975 and 2000, there were 22 reported accidents on Hadley Hill during rainstorms. 4 were fatal. One of them involved a local man named Thomas Granger, who died in 1986 when his pickup truck went off the road during a thunderstorm. The newspaper photo showed a bearded man in his early 40s. By 2003, when our accident happened, he would have been in his 50s. I've never told many people this story. How do you explain seeing someone who vanishes into thin air? How do you explain that I think to this day that Thomas Granger somehow came back to check on us after our crash, to make sure we were okay when he wasn't? Sometimes I wonder if he's still there during rainstorms, watching over that dangerous stretch of road. And sometimes, when I'm driving in heavy rain, I find myself looking for him in my rearview mirror. Story 8. I've never really shared this before, not in detail anyway. I'm 36 now, and for the past 17 years, I've been living with something I can't explain. 4 things, actually. 4 different phenomena, I guess you'd call them. They follow me everywhere, through 4 different homes, across state lines from New York to Oklahoma, even on vacations. I've tried everything to make them stop. Nothing works. It all started when I was 19. Mom and I had just moved into this new place. Nothing fancy, just a small 2-bedroom apartment in Queens. The first night there, I was trying to fall asleep in my new room. The layout was different from our old place. My bed faced the door, which I'd left slightly open to let in some light from the hallway. I remember lying there, almost drifting off when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when someone's watching you? It was like that, but amplified. My eyes snapped open, and there it was, a silhouette of a man standing in my doorway. Not just a shadow cast by something else, but a solid black shape, darker than the darkness around it. I froze, couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was just standing there, not moving. I finally managed to shut my eyes and yelled something like, "Get out!" When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. A trick of the light, stress from moving. Normal explanations, right? But the next night, same thing happened, and the night after that. After a week, I started sleeping with my door closed and locked. But that just changed things. Instead of seeing it in the doorway, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and find it standing over my bed. I can't describe how terrifying it is to open your eyes at 3 in the morning and see a dark figure looming over you. It's like your heart stops for a second. Even now, 17 years later, I still wake up and see it. Sometimes it's in the corner of the room, sometimes right next to my bed. I've never seen a face, just this black silhouette of a man. The second thing started about 6 months after the shadow appeared. I'd get up in the morning and find glasses on the kitchen floor, broken most of the time. At first, I thought maybe I was leaving them too close to the edge of the counter, or maybe the apartment was settling or something, but then it got weird. I'd purposely put glasses away in cabinets, and they'd still end up on the floor by morning, or I'd place them dead center on the counter, far from any edge, and still find them shattered across the tile when I walked in for breakfast. My mum thought I was sleepwalking, but I've never had a history of that. The glass-throwing thing has followed me through every place I've lived. I finally figured out that if I just make sure there are no glasses left out on any counters before I go to bed, it doesn't happen. It's like whatever this is needs something to throw. But God help me if I forget and leave one out. I'll be sweeping up glass the next morning for sure. The third thing, This is the one that really gets to me. The nightmares. But they're not normal nightmares. They're always the same, and they feel different from regular dreams, more real. In these dreams, I'm lying in my bed, the actual bed I'm sleeping in the exact room I'm in. Everything is precisely as it is in real life. The dream starts with me waking up and looking around my room, and there's always this old woman standing in the corner. She has long white hair, kind of stringy and unkempt. She's wearing a nightgown or something similar, and she's just watching me. The worst part is when our eyes meet. As soon as that happens, her face changes. Her mouth opens way too wide, revealing these sharp, pointed teeth, and then she rushes at me. Not walking, not running, but moving in this unnatural, jerky way that doesn't look human. I always wake up right as she reaches my bed, and I'm always fighting. Thrashing around, swinging my arms. I've punched walls, knocked over lamps, even given myself a bloody nose once from hitting myself in my panic. These dreams happen about twice a month, and they're identical every time. Same woman, same scenario, and they happen no matter where I sleep. My home, hotels, friends' houses. Doesn't matter. The fourth thing is the newest. Started about 5 years ago. I'll be sound asleep and suddenly wake up to the feeling of something scratching the bottom of my foot, like a sharp fingernail dragging across my sole. Sometimes it feels more like a bite, a quick pinch of pain. But as soon as I'm fully awake and pull my foot away or sit up to look, the sensation disappears. There's never any mark, no sign of anything actually touching me, but it feels so real in the moment. What makes this all worse is that I live alone now. I've been single for the past 3 years, and there's nobody else to verify what I'm experiencing or to help me feel safer. When these things happen, it's just me dealing with them in real time. I've tried to find explanations, logical ones first. I had my places checked for pests, carbon monoxide, electrical issues, anything that could cause hallucinations or strange phenomena. Nothing. I even went to doctors, had sleep studies done, got checked for seizures or other neurological issues. All clear. Then I went the other direction. Over the years, I've consulted 3 different mediums, or psychics, whatever you want to call them. Weirdly, they all said similar things without me telling them much. They said it's a male spirit, someone from my family line, and that he's actually protective in some way. One lady said he disapproves of certain things in my life, which is why he acts out sometimes. But protective? How is scaring the absolute shit out of me protective? The last medium I saw was in Oklahoma, about 2 years after I moved here from New York. I was hoping maybe the shadow and everything else wouldn't follow me halfway across the country. But no such luck. This woman told me the spirit was attached to me, not to any place I lived. She said something about how he chose me because I could sense him, and that made him stronger somehow. I've tried sage, crystals, prayers, having priests come over. You name it. I've probably tried it. Nothing changes. The shadow still appears. Glasses still break if I leave them out. The old woman still charges at me in my dreams, and something still scratches or bites my foot in the middle of the night. The worst part now is the toll it's taking on my health. I'm only 36, but my blood pressure is through the roof. My doctor says it's stress-related, but how do I explain that I'm stressed because I'm being haunted? I've started worrying that one night, when the shadow appears, or when the old woman charges at me in my dreams, the shock and fear will trigger a heart attack. That fear is getting worse as I get older. What if one night the fright is too much? What if I don't wake up from it? I'm not even 40, and I'm worried about dying in my sleep because of something I can't explain or escape. Last month, something new happened. I was in the kitchen making dinner, chopping vegetables, when I got that familiar feeling of being watched. I turned around, and for the first time ever, I saw the shadow figure during daylight hours. It was standing in the doorway between my kitchen and living room, just standing there, watching me. I dropped the knife I was holding and it clattered to the floor. I blinked and it was gone. That's when I realized this thing is getting stronger or bolder or something. For 17 years, it only appeared at night. Now it's showing up during the day too. 2 nights ago, I had the nightmare again. The old woman was there watching from the corner, but this time she wasn't alone. The shadow figure was standing beside her. They were both just staring at me. When our eyes met, they both rushed forward together. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. Last night I was too scared to sleep in my bedroom. I made a bed on the couch, left all the lights on, and put on the TV for background noise. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke up to the feeling of something scratching both of my feet simultaneously. When I sat up in panic, I swear I saw the shadow slip around the corner into the hallway. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm typing this after being awake for almost 24 hours. I'm afraid to sleep, afraid to be alone in my house. But where can I go? These things follow me everywhere. The coffee cup I was drinking from earlier, it was on the counter when I went to the bathroom. When I came back 5 minutes later, it was on the floor, broken. I didn't hear it fall. There was no one else here. I'm starting to think whatever this is, it's not going to stop until something terrible happens. I can feel it building towards something. The shadow appearing in daylight, the old woman and shadow appearing together in my dream, the scratching getting more frequent. I keep checking my feet for marks, but there's never anything there. I've set up cameras around my house, but they never catch anything. Just me thrashing around in my sleep during the nightmares, or glasses seemingly falling off counters on their own. What terrifies me most is that after 17 years, I'm no closer to understanding what's happening or how to stop it. And now I worry every night that the fear might literally kill me. That one day I'll wake up to that shadow or that old woman and my heart will just give out from the terror. Story 9. I still can't sleep right when I think about what happened at Westridge Academy last month. My parents think I'm just going through some teenage phase, staying up late and sleeping in. If only they knew. It started as just another boring Saturday in our small town. Me, I'm Nate, and my best friend Dylan were hanging out at the skate park. But honestly, we were bored out of our minds. We'd been there for hours, and there's only so many times you can ride the same half-pipe before you start losing your mind. We could go check out that abandoned school, I suggested, trying to sound casual about it. Westridge Academy had been closed for about 7 years now. Budget cuts, declining enrollment, the usual story. It sat on the edge of town, this massive brick building slowly being reclaimed by nature. Dylan hesitated. I don't know, man, isn't that trespassing? Only if we get caught, I said with a laugh. Come on, everyone's been there. Jacob said he found a whole science lab with stuff still in it. Dylan eventually gave in. He usually does when I push hard enough. We grabbed our bikes and headed across town as the afternoon sun started to dip. It was early October, and the days were getting shorter. The temperature was dropping too, and I remember wishing I'd brought a heavier hoodie as we pedaled against the wind. We reached Westridge around 5 in the afternoon. The building looked even more imposing up close. 3 stories of faded red brick with boarded up windows and graffiti crawling up the sides like some kind of urban ivy. The main entrance was blocked off with a chain link fence, but we knew from other kids that there was a gap behind the gym where you could slip through. This place gives me the creeps, Dylan muttered as we stashed our bikes in some bushes near the fence. What if there are homeless people in there or something? Then we'll apologize for bothering them and leave, I said, though I was secretly hoping we wouldn't run into anyone. It's just an old building, man. We squeezed through the gap in the fence and approached the back entrance. The door had been forced open so many times that the lock was completely busted. It swung open with this awful creaking sound that echoed through the empty hallways. The smell hit us immediately. That musty, damp smell of a place that's been closed up for years, mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, something chemical maybe. Inside, the hallways were dark except for patches of fading sunlight filtering through cracks in the boarded windows. Our footsteps echoed against the linoleum floors, which were covered in a layer of dust and debris. Lockers stood open, some with old papers still inside, frozen in time from when the school shut down. "This is wild," I whispered, though I'm not sure why I was whispering. "Let's check out the classrooms." We started exploring the first floor, poking our heads into different rooms. Most had been stripped bare, with just empty desks and chairs left behind. In one room, maybe an old art class, there were still some faded construction paper projects pinned to a bulletin board. It was eerie seeing these little pieces of student life just abandoned. "Think this was the principal's office?" Dylan asked as we peered into a room with a larger desk and filing cabinets tipped over on their sides. "Probably," I said, running my finger through the dust on the desk. "Man, they really left in a hurry, huh?" We spent about an hour on the first floor, checking out the cafeteria, completely empty except for bolted-down tables. The gym, basketball hoops, still up but no nets. And what must have been the library, empty shelves and a few torn books scattered across the floor. "Want to check out the second floor?" I asked, pointing to a stairwell at the end of the hall. Dylan looked at his phone. "It's getting kind of late. Just the second floor, then we'll go," I promised. The stairwell was dark and we had to use our phone flashlights to see where we were stepping. The stairs creaked under our weight, and I remember thinking how it felt like the building was speaking to us, like it wasn't happy we were there. The second floor was more of the same: abandoned classrooms, empty hallways, more graffiti. We were about halfway down the main corridor when we heard it, a distinct sound of footsteps above us, not just one or two, but a continuous movement, like someone walking deliberately from one end of the third floor toward what I assumed was the direction of the attic. We both froze. Dylan grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. I nodded, unable to speak for a second. My heart was suddenly hammering in my chest. We stood completely still, listening. The footsteps continued, slow and methodical, moving toward the far end of the building. "We need to go," Dylan said, tugging my arm. "Now." But something in me wouldn't let it go. Maybe it was stupid teenage curiosity, or maybe I just couldn't accept that we were actually hearing what we were hearing. "Let's just see who it is," I said, my voice sounding braver than I felt. "It's probably just other kids like us." "Are you insane?" Dylan hissed. "What if it's not kids? What if it's some crazy person living here?" "Then we'll leave," I said. "But don't you want to know?" I could see the conflict on Dylan's face, but eventually he nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but we just look, and then we're out of here." We moved as quietly as we could toward the stairwell at the end of the hall, not the one we'd come up, but a different one that led to the third floor. The footsteps above had stopped by then, which somehow made it even creepier. The third floor was noticeably different from the others. The air felt heavier, colder. There were fewer signs of visitors, less graffiti, fewer disturbed items. It was like people instinctively avoided this part of the building. "The attic access should be somewhere near the middle of the hallway," I whispered, remembering the layout from the lower floors. We moved slowly, checking the ceiling for any sign of an attic entrance. About halfway down, we found it. A pull-down ladder that was already extended to the floor. Someone had been up there. Recently. I looked at Dylan. His face was pale in the beam of my flashlight. "I don't like this," he said. "We'll just take a quick look," I said, already putting my foot on the first rung. "Just to see what's up there." The ladder creaked as I climbed, each sound seemingly amplified in the silent building. Dylan followed reluctantly behind me. As my head poked through the opening, I swept my flashlight around. The attic was large, spanning most of the building, with exposed beams and insulation. And it was completely empty except for three things: a metal ladder that had been spray-painted black, a table also covered in black paint, and most disturbing of all, a knife sitting in the middle of the floor. I pulled myself up into the attic and stepped aside for Dylan. When he saw the items, his eyes widened. "What the hell?" he whispered. I moved closer to examine the knife. It wasn't just some pocket knife, it was a large hunting knife with a serrated edge, the kind you'd use to gut a deer. It looked new, the blade reflecting the beam of my flashlight. "Nate, I really don't like this," Dylan said, his voice shaking slightly. "Where's the person we heard?" That's when it hit me. We'd heard footsteps coming up here, but the attic was empty except for those strange items. There was nowhere to hide, no other exits. So where had they gone? "Let's get out of here," I said, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable. Just as I turned toward the ladder, we heard it, a tremendous slam from somewhere far below us. It sounded like the basement door, based on the muffled quality of the sound. Then heavy footsteps, not walking this time, but running down toward the basement. We didn't say a word. We just looked at each other and moved. I practically jumped down the ladder, not bothering with the rungs. Dylan was right behind me. We sprinted down the third-floor hallway to the stairs, taking them 2, 3 at a time. Our footsteps thunderously loud in the empty building. Second floor, first floor. We didn't slow down. My lungs were burning, and I could hear Dylan's ragged breathing behind me. We burst out the same door we'd entered, the cool evening air hitting my face like a slap. It was almost completely dark now, the sun having set while we were inside. We didn't stop running until we reached our bikes. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely undo the lock. We pedaled away from Westridge Academy as fast as we could, not saying a word until we were at least half a mile away. We finally stopped at a gas station, both of us gasping for breath. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store felt impossibly bright and normal after what we'd just experienced. "What the hell was that?" Dylan panted, leaning over his handlebars. "I don't know," I said, trying to make sense of it. "Maybe it was someone messing with us, other kids." "Then where did they go?" Dylan asked. There was nowhere to hide in that attic, Nate. Nowhere. We stood there in silence for a minute, the reality of his question sinking in. Then something else occurred to me, something that made my blood run cold. "Dylan," I said slowly, "where was the person that entered the attic?" He stared at me, his face draining of color as he understood what I was asking. We had heard footsteps going toward the attic. The ladder was down, but there was no one there when we arrived. "And those things," I continued, "the ladder, the table, the knife, what were they for?" Dylan shook his head. "I don't want to know. I never want to know." We eventually headed home, making up some story to tell our parents about why we were late. I couldn't sleep that night, replaying everything in my head. The footsteps, the empty attic, the items, the slam of the door and the sound of something running down to the basement. It's been 4 weeks now, and I still haven't figured it out. Some of the other kids at school talk about Westridge like it's just another hangout spot, but whenever they bring it up, Dylan and I just look at each other and change the subject. I've thought about going back, just to prove to myself that there's a logical explanation. Maybe there was a hidden compartment in the attic. Maybe the person somehow slipped past us on the stairs. Maybe it was all just the wind and our imaginations. But then I remember the knife sitting there in the middle of the floor, like it was left there for someone or something. And I know I'm never going back to Westridge Academy. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Story 10. I still can't sleep with my back to the door. It's been 2 years since that night at my cousin Jenna's house, but I swear sometimes I can still hear those footsteps when I close my eyes. I've been wanting to share this for a while now, but it's hard to put into words without sounding completely crazy. I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I was 16 when it happened. It was the middle of July, hot as hell, and my family was spending the weekend at my cousin Jenna's place. Her parents had this nice 2-story house with a finished basement where all the adults were sleeping. Me, my little sister Fry Drawers, Yeah, weird nickname, but we've called her that since she was like 5 because she was obsessed with drawing French fries. My cousin Jenna and her sister Aya were all upstairs having a good time. The adults had gone to bed around 11, but we were still wired. You know how it is when you're a teenager and you finally get some freedom. We weren't about to waste it by sleeping. We had music playing, not super loud because we didn't want to wake anyone up, but loud enough that we couldn't hear much else. We were dancing around Jenna's room, taking stupid videos, trying on each other's clothes, just normal teenage girl stuff. It must have been around 1 in the morning when Aya said she was going to grab some snacks from the kitchen. I remember checking my phone right before she left. Jenna was showing me and Fry Draws these new dance moves she'd learned, and we were laughing because Fry Draws kept messing them up. I'll never forget the look on Aya's face when she came running back into the room. Her eyes were huge, and her face was completely drained of color. At first, she couldn't even get the words out. She was just standing there in the doorway, shaking. "Someone's in the house," she finally whispered. We all looked at each other, and honestly, my first thought was that she was messing with us. Aya was always pulling pranks. "Yeah, right," I said, rolling my eyes. "I'm serious," she hissed, grabbing my arm. Her hand was ice cold. "There's someone in the kitchen." Jenna turned off the music, and that's when I felt the first real twinge of fear. The house was suddenly so quiet. Too quiet. "It's probably just your parents," I suggested, but even as I said it, I knew that didn't make sense. The adults were all downstairs, and they'd have to pass by Jenna's room to get to the kitchen. "Let's go check," Jenna said, trying to sound brave. Fry Draws was already looking scared, so I told her to stay in the room while the rest of us investigated. The 3 of us crept down the hallway toward the kitchen. Every step seemed to take forever. The house had these old wooden floors that usually creaked like crazy, but we were moving so carefully that we barely made a sound. We stopped at the corner where the hallway opened into the kitchen. That's when we heard it. The sound of cabinet doors opening and closing, silverware clinking, and footsteps. Not heavy footsteps like you'd expect from someone who belonged there, but light, careful steps like someone was trying not to be heard. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Jenna and I exchanged looks, and I could tell she was as terrified as I was. Aya was behind us, gripping the back of my shirt. "We should go back," Aya whispered. But for some reason I had to see. I had to know for sure. I peeked around the corner, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing at the kitchen counter, his back to us. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes, and he was holding something that caught the moonlight coming through the window. A knife. Not a small one either, but one of those big kitchen knives. I gasped before I could stop myself, and he turned. I only caught a glimpse of his face before Jenna grabbed my arm and yanked me back, but it was enough. He had these empty eyes, like there was nothing behind them. No emotion, no humanity. We ran. God, we ran so fast back to Jenna's room. Fry Draws was sitting on the bed, and the look on our faces must have told her everything. We slammed the door shut and locked it, then pushed Jenna's dresser in front of it. "What's happening?" Fry Draws asked, her voice small and scared. "There's someone in the house," I said, trying to keep my voice steady for her sake. "We need to call Mom and Dad." That's when it hit me. The adults were downstairs. They had no idea what was happening. What if he went down there? What if he hurt them? I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called my mom. The phone rang, and each second felt like an eternity. Finally, she answered, groggy with sleep. "Sophia, what's wrong?" she asked. "Mom, there's someone in the house," I whispered, trying not to cry. "A man with a knife. We're locked in Jenna's room." I could hear her immediately alert my dad, telling him to call the police. She told us to stay put, to keep the door locked, that they were coming up. While we waited, we could hear him moving around the house. Footsteps in the hallway, pausing outside Jenna's door. The doorknob rattled and Fry Draws started crying. I covered her mouth with my hand, not because I was trying to be mean, but because I was terrified he'd hear her. The strangest part? We were screaming and crying. The dresser scraped loudly across the floor when we moved it, but the adults never heard a thing until I called. It was like they were in a completely different world down there. Later, my dad said they didn't hear anything until the phone rang. Not our music earlier, not our screams, nothing. The house isn't even that big. It doesn't make sense. We heard sirens in the distance, and the footsteps hurried away. By the time my parents made it upstairs and the police arrived, he was gone. They searched the whole house, the yard, the neighborhood. Nothing. The police found evidence of the break-in. A jimmied window in the laundry room, muddy footprints on the floor, cabinet doors left open in the kitchen, but they never found him. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, those empty eyes. I kept crying, and my mum stayed with me, holding me like I was a little kid again. But that was just the beginning. A few days after we got home, the dreams started. Not normal nightmares. These were different. In the first one, I was back at Jenna's house, alone. I walked into the kitchen and he was standing there just like that night, but this time he was looking right at me. He didn't move, didn't speak, just watched me with those dead eyes. I woke up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. The dreams kept coming almost every night. Sometimes he'd be outside the house, watching from the shadows. Sometimes he'd be in a room where no one else could see him, just standing there while everyone went about their business, oblivious. In the dreams, doors would close by themselves, windows would slam shut, and there would always be sounds coming from rooms where no one was supposed to be. But it wasn't just the dreams. Strange things started happening when I was awake too. I'd be alone in my room, and my door would slowly swing closed, even though there was no draft. My favorite necklace disappeared from my jewelry box, only to reappear days later in the middle of my bed. I'd hear whispers sometimes, just on the edge of my hearing. But when I'd turn around, no one would be there. My parents thought I was traumatized from the break-in, and I guess I was. They sent me to therapy, which helped with the anxiety, but did nothing for the weird stuff that kept happening. How do you tell a therapist that you think a home intruder somehow unleashed something supernatural in your life without sounding completely nuts? It's been 2 years now. I'm 18, and I still have the dreams, though not as often. The strange occurrences haven't stopped, though. They've gotten worse. Last month, I woke up in the middle of the night to find all my dresser drawers open and my clothes scattered across the floor. The week before that, my mum asked me why I was in the basement at 3 in the morning. I wasn't. I was asleep in my bed. But she swears she heard someone walking around down there, and when she checked, all the storage boxes had been rearranged. 2 days ago, I was home alone studying when I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate steps going from one end of the hallway to the other, over and over. I called my dad in a panic, and he came home right away, but of course, there was no one there. As we were standing in the upstairs hallway, the bathroom door slammed shut right in front of us. Dad tried to play it off as a draft, but the look on his face told me he didn't believe that any more than I did. I don't know what to do anymore. No one really believes me when I try to explain what's happening. They think I'm still processing the trauma, or looking for attention, or just being dramatic. But I know what I've experienced. Sometimes I wonder if that man with the knife was even real, or if he was something else disguised as a human. How did he get away so quickly? Why couldn't the adults hear anything until I called? Why did everything change after that night? All I know is that ever since that summer night 2 years ago, I've been haunted by memories, by dreams, by things I can't explain. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I swear I can feel someone watching me with those same empty eyes. Story 11. I've been sitting on this experience for about 5 or 6 years now, and I still get chills thinking about it. This happened during the summer of 2017 or 2018. I can't remember exactly which year, but it was definitely before the pandemic. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural or whatever, but what I saw that morning in Montauk has stuck with me in a way I can't shake. My girlfriend and I had rented this little cottage near Camp Hero State Park for a long weekend getaway. We'd been having some issues, nothing major, just the usual stuff couples go through. But that night we had a pretty bad argument over something stupid. I don't even remember what it was about now. Probably something trivial, like me forgetting to book dinner reservations or her being annoyed that I was checking work emails during our vacation. Whatever it was, we weren't speaking to each other. By the end of the night, I ended up going to bed around 9:30, which is super early for me, but I just wanted the day to be over. I fell asleep right away, but then woke up at around 3:30 in the morning, wide awake. That horrible kind of insomnia where you know you're not getting back to sleep. My girlfriend was snoring lightly next to me, and I just felt this urge to get out of there, to get some air and clear my head. I quietly got dressed in the dark, just threw on some sweatpants, a hoodie, and my sneakers. I remember grabbing my phone and debating whether to bring a flashlight, but decided my phone light would be enough. The cottage was only about a 15-minute walk from this small, secluded section of beach between Shadmore and Ditch Plains. I'd noticed a wooden staircase leading down to it when we were exploring earlier. The night was absolutely pitch black. You know how sometimes you can see pretty well at night once your eyes adjust? Not this night. There was just a sliver of moon, and it kept disappearing behind clouds. The air had that specific summer night on the coast feel, salty, kind of damp, with that slight chill that reminds you the ocean is right there. I could hear the waves before I could see them. When I got to the wooden staircase, I almost changed my mind. During the day it had seemed fine, but at night it looked sketchy as hell. The wooden steps were old and weathered, and there was all this overgrown brush and shrubs on both sides that made it feel like you were descending into some kind of tunnel. I had to use my phone flashlight to see where I was stepping. The stairs creaked with every step, and I kept thinking they might give way underneath me. I finally made it down to the beach around 4 in the morning. The beach was narrow here, maybe 30 feet of sand before the water. I'd brought a small collapsible beach chair in my backpack, one of those lightweight camping chairs, so I set it up facing the ocean and just sat there listening to the waves. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed after the fight. I'd been sitting there for about 20 minutes when I heard something rustling in the bushes behind me, up near where the beach met the bottom of the cliff. My first thought was that it was probably just a raccoon or something, but then I heard it again. Louder this time. I turned around and shined my phone light toward the sound. That's when I saw them, 2 pairs of eyes reflecting back at me from the darkness, maybe 20 yards away. They were at different heights, one pair about 3 feet off the ground and the other slightly higher. They didn't move when I shined my light at them. They just stared back. I froze completely. My first thought was deer, but something about how still they were freaked me out. They didn't blink or move like you'd expect an animal to. I kept my light on them, and after what felt like forever but was probably just 30 seconds, they turned and seemed to retreat up the cliff. I could hear branches breaking as whatever it was moved away. I told myself they were just deer, or maybe a raccoon with her baby, but it didn't feel right. Something about the way they just stood there, watching me. After they left, I tried to relax again, but I was on edge. I kept looking back over my shoulder every few minutes. Eventually, the rhythm of the waves calmed me down, and I must have dozed off in the chair because the next thing I knew, I jerked awake to the sound of something that sounded like a deer stomping its hoof on the sand, that sharp, single thud sound. I checked my phone. It was about 4:45. The sky was just starting to lighten. Not sunrise yet, but that pre-dawn grayness where you can start to make out shapes. I decided I'd walk along the beach to catch the sunrise fully. I figured I'd head toward Ditch Plains, which was maybe a mile down the beach. I packed up my chair and started walking. The beach was completely empty, not a soul anywhere, just me, the sand, and the ocean. As it got lighter, I started taking some photos with my phone. The sky was turning this beautiful deep blue with hints of pink on the horizon. The waves were gentle that morning, just small rolling sets. That's when I noticed something in the water. At first, I thought it was a buoy, or maybe even a black swan. Though I didn't think they had those in New York, it was hard to make out exactly what it was because it was still pretty dark. And the object was black against the dark water, maybe 100 yards offshore. But something about it caught my attention, enough that I stopped walking and just stared at it. As I looked more carefully, I realized with growing unease that it looked like a person, a figure standing in the water. But that couldn't be right. It was way too far out for someone to be standing. The water there had to be at least 15 feet deep. And whoever or whatever it was wasn't moving at all. Not swimming, not treading water. Just standing, perfectly still. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe I was seeing things wrong in the low light. But when I looked again, it was still there. A completely black silhouette, like a person wearing all black from head to toe, standing straight up in deep water. The waves were washing around it, but it wasn't moving at all. It was like it was rooted to the ocean floor somehow. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. This thing, this figure, wasn't reflecting any light at all. It was just a perfect black cutout against the dark blue water, and it was facing the shore, facing me. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes, just staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It didn't move. Not a single inch. No human could stand that still for that long, especially not in ocean water with waves pushing against them. I thought about calling out to it, but something stopped me. Some primal instinct that said making noise would be a very bad idea. Instead, I took out my phone and zoomed in as much as I could to take a photo. The picture came out grainy and dark, just a small black vertical shape against the water. Nothing that would convince anyone of what I was seeing. As I was looking at the photo on my phone, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. It was like suddenly being doused in ice water. My chest tightened, and I had this certainty, this absolute certainty, that I needed to get away from there right now. I started walking away, back toward the stairs, trying not to run, but moving faster than a casual stroll. After about 30 yards, I couldn't help myself. I looked back. The figure seemed to be sinking, or maybe moving away toward the horizon. It was lower in the water now, just the top half visible, and as I watched, it seemed to disappear completely. Not like it went under the water, but more like it just faded away or moved beyond where I could see it. I practically jogged back to the staircase and climbed up as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my phone twice. When I got to the top, I looked back out at the water one more time. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon now, turning the sky pink and orange. The water looked normal, beautiful even, like nothing had happened. I walked back to the cottage in a daze. My girlfriend was still asleep when I got back. I took a hot shower and tried to convince myself that I'd seen a buoy or a piece of driftwood or something, anything other than what it had looked like. Later that day, we drove past Camp Hero, and I remembered all those conspiracy theories about the Montauk Project and the supposed government experiments that went on there. I'd always laughed that stuff off as internet craziness, but suddenly it didn't seem so funny. I still have that photo on my phone. I've shown it to a couple of friends, but they just see a dark smudge on darker water. Nothing convincing. But I know what I saw. Something was standing in that water, something that couldn't possibly have been there, something that didn't move like anything natural. It's been years, and I still have no explanation for what I saw that morning. Sometimes I wonder if I was just tired, if my mind was playing tricks on me after a stressful night and too little sleep. But then I remember how still it was, how perfectly, unnaturally still, and I know it wasn't my imagination. I haven't been back to Montauk since then. I don't think I ever will. Story 12. I've never really been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. My dad raised us to be pretty practical about stuff like that. But something happened to me when I was 12 that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I've gone over it in my head. It was the summer of 2009, and my dad had taken me and my older brother Jake on holiday to this rental house in Cornwall. It wasn't anything fancy, just this old stone cottage near the coast that Dad had found online for a decent price. The place had 3 bedrooms, which was a big deal for us, since it meant we each got our own room, instead of me and Jake having to share like we usually did. The first couple days were pretty normal. We went to the beach, hiked along the cliffs, ate too much ice cream. Typical holiday stuff. The cottage was okay, a bit drafty and creaky, but nothing that seemed weird or off-putting. It was just an old house, you know. My room was the smallest one, tucked away at the end of the upstairs hallway. It had this narrow single bed with a scratchy wool blanket, a small wooden dresser, and a window that looked out onto the garden at the back of the house. Nothing special, but I remember being excited to have my own space. On our 3rd night there, I couldn't fall asleep. I'm not sure why. Maybe I'd had too much sugar from the fudge we'd bought in the village that day. Dad and Jake had gone to bed around 10, and I'd stayed up reading until about 11:30 before finally turning off my lamp. I remember checking the time on my little digital watch. It was just past midnight, and I was still wide awake, staring at the ceiling. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought I was imagining things. It was this weird sound, like someone was scraping their fingernails across guitar strings, not playing them, but just dragging their nails across them, creating this eerie, discordant noise that kept changing pitch. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet of the night, it seemed to fill the entire room. My first thought was that Jake was messing with me. My brother was always trying to scare me, especially when we were somewhere unfamiliar, but the sound wasn't coming from the door or the window. It seemed to be coming from somewhere inside the room with me. I froze. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sound continued, this scratching, plucking noise that made the hairs on my arms stand up. It wasn't consistent. It would pause for a few seconds, then start again, like whatever was making it was taking its time, enjoying my fear. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to call out for my dad, but I was afraid that if I made any noise, it would somehow make things worse. So I did what any scared kid would do. I turned away from the sound, facing the wall, and pulled the blanket up over my head. I lay there like that, curled up in a ball, trying to convince myself it was just the house settling, or the wind outside, or something normal like that. The scratching continued for maybe 30 seconds more. Then it stopped. I remember feeling this wave of relief wash over me. Whatever it was, it had stopped. Maybe I had imagined it after all. I was just about to relax when it happened. Something pushed me. It wasn't violent, but it was deliberate. I felt a pressure on my back, right between my shoulder blades, shoving me forward slightly. It wasn't like when you're half asleep and your body jerks. This was a distinct push, like someone was pressing their hand against my back. I completely froze. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I just lay there, every muscle in my body rigid with fear, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The room was completely silent again. No scratching, no movement, nothing. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Probably only a few minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, still facing the wall, still terrified of what might be behind me. When I woke up the next morning, the room looked completely normal. Sunlight was streaming through the window, and I could hear Dad downstairs making breakfast. Everything seemed so ordinary that for a moment I wondered if I'd dreamed the whole thing, but I knew I hadn't. The memory was too vivid, too real. The The sound of those nail-like scratches across what sounded exactly like guitar strings, the changing pitch, the push on my back. It had all happened. I went downstairs and tried to act normal during breakfast, but I must have looked shaken because Dad asked if I'd slept okay. I just mumbled something about the bed being uncomfortable. I didn't want to say anything in front of Dad. He's not the type to believe in that kind of stuff, and I was afraid he'd either think I was making it up or worse, he'd think I was being silly and childish. Later that morning, when Dad went out to get some groceries, I finally told Jake what had happened. We were sitting in the small garden behind the cottage, and I just blurted it out, half expecting him to laugh at me. "Something weird happened in my room last night," I said, trying to sound casual about it. Jake looked up from his phone. "What kind of weird?" I told him everything. The scratching sound, how it seemed to change pitch like someone playing with guitar strings, and then the push on my back when I turned away from it. When I finished, Jake grinned and said, "That was me, you idiot. I was just messing with you." For a split second, I almost believed him. It would have been such a relief to think it was just my brother playing a prank. But then I realized it couldn't have been him. "No, it wasn't," I said. "I would have heard you come in. The door creaks and the floorboards in the hallway squeak. Plus you stomp around like an elephant. I would have known it was you." Jake's smile faltered a bit. "Well, maybe you were dreaming or something." "I wasn't dreaming," I insisted. "And anyway, what would you have used to make that sound? There's nothing in my room that sounds like fingernails on guitar strings." This was true. I'd gone through my room that morning, looking for anything that could have made that noise. There was my suitcase with its zipper, but even that would have required someone to be physically pulling it back and forth, and the sound wasn't quite right anyway. The zipper would make a consistent noise, not the changing pitch I'd heard. Jake shrugged. Maybe it was the wind making something rattle. But it hadn't been windy that night, and besides, what could possibly rattle in a way that sounded like nails on guitar strings? And what about the push? "Something pushed me, Jake," I said, my voice getting a bit shaky as I remembered the feeling. "Like, physically pushed my back." That wasn't the wind. My brother's face got serious then. "Did you tell Dad?" I shook my head. "No, he'll just say I was dreaming." Jake nodded. "Probably for the best. You know how he is about this stuff." Our dad had always been clear about his views on the supernatural. It didn't exist. End of story. After our mum died when I was 6, some well-meaning relative had told me she was watching over me from heaven. Dad had shut that down immediately, telling me not to fill my head with that nonsense. He wasn't mean about it, but he was firm. There was no afterlife, no ghosts, no angels, just reality. "So you believe me?" I asked Jake. He hesitated, then shrugged again. "I don't know, Connor. It's weird for sure. But there's probably some normal explanation, right?" But neither of us could come up with one that made sense. That night, I was terrified to go back to my room. I considered asking to switch with Jake or even to sleep on the sofa downstairs, but I was too embarrassed. What if nothing happened and I'd made a big deal for nothing? So I went back to the same room, but this time I left the small bedside lamp on and didn't turn to face the wall. I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling until I eventually fell asleep from exhaustion. Nothing happened that night, or any of the other nights we stayed there. We finished our holiday a few days later and went home, and I never experienced anything like that again. But I still think about it. I'm 27 now, and I've had 15 years to try to rationalize what happened in that cottage. I've considered every possible explanation, that I was half asleep and imagined it, that there was someone outside the window playing a prank, that it was just the house making strange noises as old houses do. None of these explanations satisfy me, though. The sound was too distinct, too deliberate, and the push. I can still feel it sometimes when I think about that night. The firm pressure between my shoulder blades, not violent but insistent, like whatever made the sound was irritated, that I'd turned away from it. like it wanted my attention. I don't know if I believe in ghosts. Even now, I hesitate to say that's what it was. But I know what I experienced, and I know it wasn't normal. Something was in that room with me that night, something that could make sounds and could physically interact with me. And sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself wondering, what would have happened if I hadn't turned away? What would I have seen if I'd looked toward the sound instead? I don't think I want to know the answer to that. Some things are better left unconfronted, some questions better left unanswered. All I know is that somewhere in a stone cottage in Cornwall, something exists that defies rational explanation. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I find myself listening carefully, half afraid I'll hear that sound again, fingernails scratching across guitar strings, calling for my attention. Story 13. I've always been a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal, ghost stories, haunted houses, demonic possessions. They were just entertainment to me until 3 nights ago. Now I'm sitting here with every light in my apartment on, jumping at every creak and shadow, desperate to tell someone what happened because I'm terrified of closing my eyes. It started about 2 weeks ago with little things I could easily dismiss. A shadow darting across my bedroom wall that looked like a small boy. The first time I saw it, I nearly had a heart attack, but I convinced myself it was just headlights from passing cars, creating weird shadows through my curtains. Then, items started falling off shelves. Nothing dramatic, just small things like my keys or a pen that would suddenly drop to the floor. The windows were closed, so it couldn't have been a draft. Still, I blamed it on uneven shelving, or maybe my cat Milo, though he was usually asleep during these incidents. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom apartment. It's nothing special, but it's mine. My neighbor across the way keeps these ridiculously bright security lights on all night that shine directly into my bedroom window. I've complained to management multiple times, but nothing ever changes. So I bought blackout curtains last week, thinking they might help me sleep better. That was my first mistake. The night everything happened, I was exhausted from working a 10-hour shift. I fed Milo, heated up some leftover pasta, and crashed on the couch, watching some mindless reality show. Around 11, I decided to call it a night. I closed the blackout curtains tight, making sure no light could seep through, and crawled into bed. My room was pitch black for the first time in months. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt. As I drifted off to sleep, I woke up suddenly, disoriented. Something had made a noise like wood scraping against wood. My first thought was that Milo had knocked something over, but when I tried to move to check, I realized I wasn't in my bed anymore. I was sitting upright, in what felt like a dining chair. Not my cheap IKEA dining chair, but something more substantial with armrests and a high back. My hands were resting on what seemed to be a long wooden table. I couldn't see much in the darkness, but I could feel the smooth, cool surface under my fingertips. My heart started racing as I tried to make sense of what was happening. Was I sleepwalking, having some weird lucid dream? But everything felt too real. The chair beneath me, the table under my hands, the cool air on my skin. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized I was sitting at the head of a long dining table, the kind you'd see in those fancy mansions with the formal dining rooms. But this wasn't my apartment. This room was much bigger, with a high ceiling I could barely make out. Directly in front of me, beyond the table, was a hallway, a long, dark hallway that seemed to stretch farther than it should have been possible in my apartment layout. I squinted, trying to see down it, when a faint red glow began to emanate from the very end, a deep, blood-red light that didn't illuminate so much as it seemed to thicken the darkness around it. I wanted to get up and run, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was glued to the chair, paralyzed from the neck down. I could move my head, blink, and breathe. But that was it. The red light grew stronger, casting an eerie glow down the hallway. That's when I heard it. The sound of doors creaking open, one after another on both sides of the hallway, slow, deliberate creaks that made my skin crawl. I couldn't see the doors from where I sat, but I could hear them, and somehow I knew exactly what was happening. My mouth went dry. I tried to call out, to scream, but no sound came. The red light pulsed, growing brighter with each door that opened. Then I saw them. Fingers. Long, impossibly thin fingers, curling around the edge of the hallway at the far end. Not human fingers. These were at least twice as long as they should be, with too many joints, and they moved in a way that made my stomach turn. They seemed to bend in directions. Fingers shouldn't bend, like they had no bones, just cartilage that could twist and flex at will. More fingers appeared until there were 10 of them gripping the edge of the wall. Then, slowly, a face peered around the corner. I will never, as long as I live, forget that face. It was humanoid, but wrong in every possible way. The head was too large and oddly shaped, with skin so pale it was almost translucent. But it was the mouth that made me want to die on the spot. A wide, impossible grin stretched across its face, filled with teeth. So many teeth, long and needle-sharp. Too many to fit in a normal mouth. They reminded me of those deep-sea fish with the bioluminescent lures. Except these teeth seemed designed for tearing, not just biting. Its eyes were just black holes, sunken into its face. But somehow I knew it was looking directly at me. It was aware, it was intelligent, and it was hungry. The creature stepped fully into the hallway, revealing its body, tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its torso. It wore no clothes, but its body wasn't human enough for that to matter. Its skin seemed to absorb the red light rather than reflect it. It just stood there for what felt like an eternity, grinning at me with that terrible mouth. Then, without warning, it moved. It didn't walk or run. It was more like it glitched from one spot to another, jerking forward in rapid, unnatural movements. Each step brought it several feet closer to me, its body twisting and contorting in ways that defied anatomy. I was screaming in my head, begging my body to move, to run, to do anything, but I remained frozen in the chair. The creature was halfway down the hallway now, those long fingers stretched out toward me. The red light pulsed brighter, and suddenly there were shapes in the doorways on either side of the hallway, dark silhouettes watching, waiting. I couldn't make out details, but I knew instinctively they were more creatures. Different from the one approaching, but just as horrifying. The tall creature was just a few feet away from the table now. I could smell it. A musty, acrid odor, like old books left in a damp basement. Its mouth opened wider than any mouth should be able to open, revealing row after row of those needle teeth, and a sound came out, not a growl or a screech, but a high-pitched whine that made my ears feel like they were bleeding. It lunged. And then I was gasping awake in my bed, my body drenched in cold sweat. I bolted upright, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. My bedside clock read 3:15 in the morning. Relief flooded through me. It was just a nightmare, a horrible, vivid nightmare, but just a nightmare. But then I saw them. At the foot of my bed stood 2 tall figures, so thin they were almost two-dimensional. They were barely visible in the darkness, like shadows with slightly more substance. They didn't move, didn't make a sound. They just stood there, watching me. Between them was what looked like a doorway, not attached to any wall, just floating there. Through this doorway came that same deep red light I had seen in my dream. It cast no illumination in my room. It just existed as a rectangular portal of crimson between these two entities. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stared at them. And they stared back, though I couldn't see any eyes. In desperation, I closed my eyes tight, counting to 3 in my head, praying that when I opened them, the figures would be gone. 1, 2, 3. I opened my eyes. My room was empty. No figures, no doorway, no red light. But my blackout curtains, which I distinctly remembered closing tightly before bed, were wide open. The light from my neighbor's security lamp streamed in, creating long shadows across my floor. Milo was at the foot of my bed, his back arched, every hair standing on end as he stared at the empty space where the figures had been. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I turned on every light in my apartment and sat in the living room with a knife beside me until sunrise. Nothing else happened. Everything looked normal. But I know what I saw. I know it wasn't sleep paralysis or a nightmare bleeding into reality. Those things were in my room. That doorway was real. And somewhere in some other dimension or reality or whatever you want to call it, that dining table and hallway exist, and that grinning creature is waiting for me to close my curtains again. I haven't slept properly since. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake, terrified that I'll open my eyes to find myself back at that table. I've thrown away the blackout curtains. I've even thanked my neighbor for his annoying security lights. The shadows in my apartment seem deeper now, the corners darker. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I think I see long fingers curling around door frames. But when I look directly, nothing's there. Milo refuses to enter my bedroom anymore. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. Who would believe me? But I know one thing for certain. They found me once, and they can find me again. And next time, I might not wake up in time. Story 14. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. It's been 3 months since we left that house, and I'm still not sleeping right. Every time I close my eyes, I see that damn beetle symbol bleeding through the paint on Emily's wall. Let me start from the beginning. My name's Patrick, and I've always been what you might call sensitive to the paranormal. Ever since I was a kid, I've had experiences, seeing things in the corners of rooms, hearing whispers when no one was there, just knowing when something wasn't right. Most of my life I kept quiet about it because people think you're crazy when you talk about this stuff. When Linda and I got married 5 years ago, we were living in a small apartment with our daughter Emily. Then when Linda got pregnant with our second child, we decided it was time to find something bigger. We found this beautiful old house in Brightshore, this quiet coastal town, about an hour from where we grew up. The house was built in the 1950s, nothing too ancient, but definitely had some history to it. The price was surprisingly reasonable. Should have been my first clue. Something was off. The house seemed perfectly normal when we first moved in. 3 bedrooms, spacious living room, a big yard for Emily to play in. The realtor mentioned the previous owners had moved out rather quickly, but we didn't think much of it. Job transfer, she said. People move all the time for work, right? The first weird thing happened about 2 weeks after we moved in. I was putting some boxes away in the garage when I noticed this white mist hanging around in the front yard. It was a clear day, no fog, nothing that would explain it. The mist just sort of hovered there for a minute, then dissipated. I remember thinking it was strange, but I brushed it off. 3 days later, Linda had just put our newborn daughter Lily down for a nap when she heard what sounded like heavy boots walking across our front porch. She thought it was me coming home early from work, but when she looked out the window, nobody was there. She called me immediately, and I told her it was probably just the house settling, or maybe a delivery person who'd left already. But then it happened again the next night, except this time the footsteps weren't just on the porch. They were inside the house. Linda and I were watching TV when we both heard it. Clear as day, the sound of heavy boots walking down our hallway. I grabbed a baseball bat and checked every room, but there was nobody there. All the doors and windows were locked. Maybe it's just the pipes, I said, not believing it myself. Linda just looked at me, and I could see the fear in her eyes. The following week, things escalated. I started seeing these small balls of light appearing in different parts of the house. They weren't like flashlights or reflections. They were self-contained orbs of light that would appear for a few seconds and then vanish. Sometimes they'd be in the corner of the living room, sometimes floating in the hallway. Then came the scratching. The first time I heard it, I was trying to fall asleep. It sounded like something with claws was running across our wooden floors. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, but Linda was still asleep. I convinced myself it was just raccoons in the attic or something, but raccoons don't whisper your name in your ear when you're trying to sleep, which is what started happening next. Patrick. Just a whisper, right next to my ear. The first time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned on every light in the bedroom, which woke Linda up. I didn't tell her what I'd heard. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. But then Linda started experiencing things too. One morning, she was changing Lily's diaper when she saw what she described as a black shadow figure hovering over the crib. She grabbed Lily and ran out of the room, calling me at work in hysterics. That night, we talked about whether we should move out, but we'd sunk all our savings into this place. We couldn't just leave. Instead, I suggested we have the house blessed. Linda's family was religious, and her uncle was a pastor. He came over the next day and blessed every room in the house, leaving pictures of saints in each room for protection. The blessing seemed to work for about a week. Things were quiet, no footsteps, no whispers, no shadow figures. We started to relax a little, thinking maybe it was over. Then Emily started having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about the black man in the mirror. At first, we thought it was just normal kid stuff, but one morning at breakfast, she described what she was seeing in detail. "He stands in my mirror and watches me," she said, pushing her cereal around with her spoon. "When I look down, he comes out and stands on the floor." That was enough for Linda. She covered every mirror in the house with blankets. I thought it was an overreaction, but that night, I understood why she did it. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and I swear to God I saw something move in the mirror behind me, not my reflection, something else, something dark. I spun around, but nothing was there. When I looked back at the mirror for a split second, I saw a face that wasn't mine, staring back at me. I covered that mirror too. The scratching in the dressers by our bed became a nightly occurrence. It sounded like something was trapped inside, trying to claw its way out. I checked those dressers 100 times, empty except for our clothes. One night, around 3 in the morning, I was jolted awake by the sound of our front door slamming shut. Linda was fast asleep next to me, and the baby monitor showed Lily sleeping peacefully. I grabbed my baseball bat again and crept downstairs. The front door was wide open. I'm absolutely certain I'd locked it before going to bed. I always did a perimeter check, making sure all doors and windows were secure. But there it was, standing open, the cool night air flowing in. I closed it, locked it, and even pushed a heavy side table in front of it before going back to bed. The next morning, all the blessed pictures of saints that Linda's uncle had left were gone. Not fallen behind furniture, not moved to different rooms, completely gone from the house. I tore the place apart, looking for them, thinking maybe Emily had moved them, but they had vanished. Linda called her uncle again, but he was out of town for a church conference. He promised to come back as soon as he returned, but that would be at least a week. That's when we discovered the beetle on Emily's wall. It wasn't there when we moved in. I'm certain of that. It looked like someone had painted it with black paint, just an outline, with the head on top and legs pointed upward. Emily said she hadn't noticed it before either, but suddenly there it was, clear as day. I tried painting over it, bought some primer and white paint, covered it completely. The next morning the beetle had bled through, as clear as ever. I tried again, this time with multiple coats. Same result. By morning, that damn beetle was visible again. I got curious and started researching the symbol online. What I found made my blood run cold. In some cultures, that specific beetle orientation is associated with demonic entities, not just any spirits, but powerful ones that attach themselves to places and people. That night was the worst. The footsteps were constant, moving from room to room. The whispers became louder, no longer just my name, but full sentences I couldn't quite make out. The balls of light appeared all over the house, and the scratching sound was everywhere, in the walls, the floors, the furniture. Linda and I took the girls and spent the night in a hotel. We didn't even pack properly, just grabbed what we could and left. In the morning, we went back to get more of our things, planning to stay with Linda's parents until we figured out what to do. When we walked in, the house was ice cold. It was July, but our breath was visible inside, and the smell, like something had died and been rotting for weeks. We split up to grab essentials quickly, planning to be out in 15 minutes tops. I was in our bedroom throwing clothes into a suitcase when I heard Linda scream from Emily's room. I ran in to find her staring at the wall. The beetle symbol had grown. It now covered almost the entire wall and looked wet, like the paint was fresh. But when I touched it, my fingers came away dry. Emily started crying, pointing at her closet door. "The black man is in there," she sobbed. I approached the closet, my heart hammering in my chest. As I reached for the handle, the door burst open on its own. There was nothing inside except Emily's clothes, but hanging from every item was a small dead beetle. That was it. We left everything else behind and never went back to that house. We stayed with Linda's parents for a month while looking for a new place. We eventually found an apartment in another town, but I still drive by that house sometimes. There's a new family living there now. I've thought about warning them, but what would I say? "Hey, your house is haunted by some kind of demon that really likes beetles." They'd think I was crazy, but sometimes I see their lights on at night, and I wonder if they've noticed anything strange yet, if they've heard the footsteps or the whispers, if they've seen the shadow figures or the balls of light, if they've discovered the beetle symbol that refuses to be covered up. I still have nightmares about that house. In them, I'm always standing in Emily's room, staring at that beetle symbol as it grows larger and larger until it covers everything. The walls, the ceiling, me, and behind me, I can hear those heavy footsteps getting closer and closer. The worst part? Last week, Emily was drawing at the kitchen table. When I looked over her shoulder, she'd drawn that same beetle symbol. When I asked her about it, she just looked at me with blank eyes and said, "He followed us, Daddy. He says he misses us." I don't know what to do. I don't know if we'll ever be free of that house, even though we're miles away from it now. All I know is that something was there with us, something ancient and malevolent that found us amusing, like insects to be played with. And sometimes, late at night, I still hear those whispers calling my name. Story 15. I've lived in some weird places over the years, but nothing compares to the house my family and I lived in back in Ravenwood from 2008 to 2009. I was only 10 years old when we moved there, but the memories are still so vivid they make my skin crawl. It was a big old Victorian-style house with dark wood trim and these creepy vines growing up the sides. My dad, David, got a new job in the area, so we packed up and moved from our suburban home about 3 hours away. My mom, Sarah, was excited about the character of the place. My older brother, Jason, 14 at the time, hated it immediately, and my baby sister, Emma, was only 8 months old when we moved in. The weirdness started literally the first night. I remember being exhausted from moving boxes all day, and I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of heavy boots stomping up the stairs. I figured it was my dad checking on something, but when I peeked out my door, the hallway was empty. The footsteps continued right past my room, but there was nobody there. The next morning at breakfast, my mom looked exhausted. When my dad asked if she'd slept okay, she mentioned hearing someone walking around the house all night. My dad swore it wasn't him. That's when Jason spoke up and said he'd heard it too. I told them what I'd heard, and we all just kind of looked at each other. My dad tried to laugh it off, saying it was probably just the house settling. A week after we moved in, something really messed up happened. My mom's mother had died just 2 months before our move. They were super close, and my mom was still really broken up about it. One morning, she went to put Emma in her car seat, and she started freaking out. She called for my dad, and when he went outside, there was this massive pile of ladybugs all over our car. I mean thousands of them, covering the roof and hood. My mom burst into tears because her mom had always loved ladybugs. She used to tell my mom that ladybugs were good luck, and whenever one landed on you, it meant someone who loved you was thinking about you. Then the really freaky stuff started happening. My mom would be alone with Emma during the day, while the rest of us were at school or work. She started hearing someone singing to Emma when she'd put her down for naps. She said it sounded exactly like her mum's voice, singing the same lullabies her mum used to sing to her. At first, she thought it was comforting, like maybe her mum was watching over Emma. But then it started happening when Emma wasn't even crying, or when my mum was in another room. She'd rush in to check on Emma and find her cooing and giggling at nothing. One day my mum was struggling with the backyard gate. It had this tricky latch that would never stay closed properly. She finally got it secured and walked back to the house. The second she stepped onto the back porch, she heard the gate violently swing open with such force that it slammed against the fence. She turned around, and there was nobody there, just the gate, wide open again. She tried to close it 3 more times, and each time, as soon as she walked away, it would slam open. She finally gave up and came inside, shaking. My dad started experiencing his own weird stuff. He'd leave for work and then realize he forgot something. When he'd come back just minutes later, all the doors would be locked. Not just the front door with the deadbolt, but every door, including the sliding glass door that we never locked because the lock was broken. He'd have to call my mom to let him in, but she'd swear she never locked anything. This happened at least 5 or 6 times. Jason started seeing doors open and close by themselves. He'd be doing homework in his room and would see his bedroom door slowly swing closed, even though there wasn't any draft. One time, he got so freaked out that he wedged a chair under his doorknob before going to bed. In the morning, the chair was across the room and his door was wide open. But I think I experienced the worst of it. One afternoon, I was playing in the front yard when I saw this massive black snake. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Thing looked at least 11 feet long. It was thick as my arm and blacker than anything I've ever seen. It slithered across our front lawn and followed my mom all the way to her car. I screamed for her to watch out, but when she turned around, she didn't see anything. I was pointing and yelling, but the snake was right there, right next to her feet. She thought I was playing a joke and got annoyed with me. The snake followed her all the way to the driver's side door, then disappeared under the car. I refused to go outside for 3 days after that. Then there was the incident with my T-Rex toy. I had this plastic dinosaur that I loved. I was playing with it in the backyard one evening and got called in for dinner. I accidentally left it out there. The next morning, I went to get it, and instead of my plastic toy, there was this thing. It was the exact same shape as my T-Rex, but it was made entirely of dirt. Not like someone had covered my toy in mud. It was made of dirt, like a sculpture, but crumbling around the edges. When I picked it up, it felt damp and cold, and it started falling apart in my hands. My real toy was just gone. Never found it again. The scariest part was the stuff I apparently did that I don't remember. My dad told me that multiple times he'd find me sitting in the corner of the living room at night, just staring at the wall. When he'd ask what I was doing, I'd apparently turn to him with this blank expression and say, "The old man told me to wait here. I have zero memory of any of these incidents, which terrifies me even now." Another time, my mom found me standing in front of the TV at 4 in the morning. The TV wasn't even on, but I was just staring at the black screen. When she tried to take me back to bed, I supposedly grabbed her arm really hard and said, "He says it's not time yet." Again, no memory of this whatsoever. My dad started having these episodes of sleep paralysis. He'd wake up in the middle of the night unable to move, and he'd see dark shadow figures moving around the room. He said they would whisper to each other, but he could never make out what they were saying. Just before the paralysis would break, he'd feel something sit on the edge of the bed, right next to him. The weight would push the mattress down, but there was never anything visible there. The worst night, the one that still gives me nightmares, happened about 1.5 years after we moved in. I woke up to the sound of those heavy footsteps again, but this time they stopped right outside my bedroom door. I heard a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across the wood. Then my doorknob started turning, really slowly. I was frozen in bed, too scared to even pull the covers over my head. The door opened, and there was this man standing there. Except he didn't look fully human. He was incredibly tall and thin, with skin that looked grey and papery, like a corpse. His face was gaunt with sunken eyes, and he was wearing these old-fashioned clothes that seemed to hang off his frame. He just stood there staring at me, not moving or saying anything. I couldn't even scream. It felt like my throat had closed up. After what seemed like forever, he took one step into my room, and I finally managed to scream. I screamed so loud that my throat hurt for days afterward. My mom came running in with a baseball bat, flipped on the light, and the man was gone. She searched the entire house while my dad stayed with us kids, but there was no sign of any intruder. All the doors and windows were still locked from the inside. After that night, weird stuff kept happening almost daily. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. We'd hear whispering coming from empty rooms. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain areas of the house, even in the middle of summer. Emma, who was walking and talking a little by then, started having conversations with someone we couldn't see. She called them the quiet people and would wave and babble at empty corners of rooms. She never seemed scared, which somehow made it even creepier. Jason's room became unusable after all his posters kept getting torn down during the night, not just falling off. They'd be ripped to shreds, with the pieces arranged in weird patterns on the floor. He started sleeping on the couch downstairs. My parents finally decided we had to move when my mum found Emma standing on the edge of the upstairs hallway railing, balancing precariously like she was about to fall. Emma told her that the lady said I could fly if I tried. We were out of that house within 2 weeks. I'm 25 now, and I've researched that house since then. Turns out there was an old man who died there in the 1970s. He was found at the bottom of the stairs after apparently falling. Before him, a woman had hung herself in the upstairs hallway in the 1940s. The house had been empty for almost 5 years before we moved in. To this day, I can't explain all the things that happened there. My parents refuse to talk about it anymore. Jason says he's blocked most of it out. Emma doesn't remember anything since she was so young. But I remember. I remember it all, and sometimes, even in my own apartment, I still check the corners of rooms and behind doors, because part of me is still 10 years old, watching that doorknob turn slowly in the middle of the night, wondering what's on the other side. Story 16. It's been 40 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my stepfather's family property when I was 9. I've never been able to fully explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things are better left unexplained, you know? This happened in the summer of '83 in a small town called Maplewood. It was one of those places where everybody knew everybody, and time seemed to move slower than in the city. My mom had remarried about a year before, and this was my first time visiting my stepfather's extended family at their countryside property. It was a huge gathering, probably 30 or 40 people. My stepfather came from a big family, and they were celebrating his uncle's 60th birthday. They had this massive property with a farmhouse, a few outbuildings, and an old barn that had been partially converted for storage and family gatherings. The adults were all hanging out near the house, drinking beer and grilling food. Music was playing from a portable radio, and everyone was having a good time. Us kids, there were about 12 or 13 of us, ranging from maybe 6 to 13 years old, we were kind of left to our own devices. My stepfather had introduced me to a few of my new cousins earlier, but I was still feeling like an outsider. As the afternoon wore on and the adults got more into their partying, we kids got bored of playing tag and decided to explore. My cousin Miguel suggested we check out the barn. "There's cool stuff in there," he said, and we all followed him like a pack of curious puppies. The barn was this weathered wooden structure that looked like it had been standing for 100 years. The bottom half was painted red, but the paint was peeling off in long strips. Inside it smelled of hay and dust and something else I couldn't quite place. Maybe old motor oil or fertilizer. The ground floor had some farm equipment pushed to one side, and the other side had been cleared out with some old couches and chairs arranged in a circle. I guess they sometimes used it for overflow when they had big family gatherings. It was cooler inside the barn than outside in the summer heat, and we all kind of naturally gravitated toward those couches. Someone suggested we tell scary stories, and everyone got excited about that. I remember being both nervous and eager to fit in with my new step-cousins. We closed the big barn door to make it darker inside, though plenty of light still streamed through the cracks between the wooden planks, and from a couple of small windows high up near the ceiling. Dust motes floated in the beams of light, and the whole place had this eerie, suspended-in-time feeling. The first few stories were pretty tame, the standard stuff kids tell. Escaped killers with hooks for hands, vanishing hitchhikers, that kind of thing. I was sitting on this old, faded blue couch that smelled faintly of cigarettes, trying to think of a good story to contribute when I could work up the courage. Miguel had just finished telling a story about a ghost that haunted the creek behind the property, which I'm pretty sure he was making up on the spot, when I noticed something odd. At first, I thought it was just the wind outside, or maybe one of the adults coming to check on us. It was a whistling sound, not like wind whistling through the cracks, but an actual whistle, like someone trying to get someone else's attention. You know that kind of whistle people do with their fingers in their mouth? It wasn't that loud or sharp, just a soft, deliberate whistle. I looked around thinking it might be one of the kids playing a prank, but everyone else seemed to be listening too. That's when I realized they were hearing it as well. "Do you guys hear that?" asked Lucia, one of the younger girls. We all nodded, and the storytelling stopped completely as we tried to figure out where it was coming from. The weird thing was, it seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, like it was surrounding us. "Is someone outside?" asked another kid, whose name I can't remember now. Miguel got up and checked the door, opening it a crack and peering out. "No one's there," he said, his voice sounding different than it had a few minutes before. The whistling continued, not threatening or particularly scary, just constant and impossible to ignore. It was almost like a tune, but not quite, just a few notes repeated over and over. I was scanning the barn, trying to locate the source, when my eyes landed on something on one of the wooden support posts about 15 feet away from our little circle. It was a framed picture of Jesus. You know, one of those portraits where he's looking directly at you with that serene expression. It was the kind of picture you'd see in a lot of Hispanic Catholic homes, with Jesus showing his Sacred Heart. The frame was simple dark wood, maybe 8 by 10 inches, and it was hanging on a nail driven into the post. As I stared at it, trying to figure out why my attention had been drawn there, I realized something impossible. The whistling was coming from the picture. More specifically, it was coming from Jesus' lips in the picture. I couldn't speak for a second. I blinked hard, thinking I must be imagining it, but no. The lips in the painting were slightly pursed, and the whistling sound was definitely emanating from there. "The picture," I finally managed to say, pointing at it with a shaking finger. "It's coming from the picture." One by one, the other kids followed my gaze. The barn had gotten so quiet, you could hear the hay rustling when someone shifted their weight. "Holy shit," whispered Miguel, who was a few years older than me and apparently allowed to curse. "Look at his mouth." We all saw it then. The Jesus in the picture was whistling. His lips were moving slightly, and the sound was undeniably coming from him. It wasn't a scary expression. His eyes were still kind, still had that same gentle look, but his lips were definitely pursed in a whistle. For what felt like forever, we just sat there frozen, staring at this impossible thing happening right in front of us. None of us screamed at first. It was too bizarre, too outside the realm of what we understood could happen. Then the picture tilted slightly on its nail, just a tiny movement, but it was enough to break the spell. Lucia screamed first, a high-pitched wail that seemed to snap everyone else into action. One of the younger boys bolted for the door, and then it was chaos. Kids scrambling over each other, pushing and shoving to get out of the barn. I was right in the middle of it, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. As I ran, I glanced back over my shoulder, and I swear the eyes in that picture followed me even as the whistling continued, unhurried and almost friendly. I don't know if that's the right word, but it wasn't menacing. That somehow made it even more terrifying. We burst out of the barn into the bright afternoon sunlight, all of us talking at once, some crying as we ran toward the adults. I remember my mum's face when she saw me, her smile dropping as she noticed how pale and frightened I must have looked. "Carlos, what happened? Are you hurt?" She grabbed my shoulders, checking me for injuries. I was breathing so hard I could barely get the words out. The picture, in the barn, Jesus, it was whistling. The other kids were all saying similar things, our stories tumbling out in a confusing jumble of the picture, and it was making noise, and we all heard it. The adults exchanged looks, you know the kind, where grown-ups silently communicate the kids are being ridiculous to each other. My stepdad laughed and ruffled my hair. "Sounds like you all got carried away with your ghost stories," he said. "No, it was real," Miguel insisted. "We all saw it. The picture of Jesus was whistling. His father, my step-uncle, took a swig of his beer." "Miguel, that's enough. Don't be disrespectful." "But Dad," I said enough. One by one, the adults dismissed us, telling us to go play somewhere else or help set up the tables for dinner. None of them believed us. Not a single one even went to check the barn. They just assumed we were playing games or trying to scare each other. The rest of the day was weird. None of us kids wanted to go far from the adults, but we also couldn't stop talking about what we'd seen. We huddled in small groups, reassuring each other that we hadn't imagined it, that we'd all seen and heard the same thing. "My abuela says sometimes saints can do miracles," Lucia said in a hushed voice. "Maybe it was a sign." "A sign of what?" asked another kid. Nobody had an answer for that. As evening approached, I noticed some of the other kids being taken home by their parents. Nobody mentioned the incident again in front of the adults. It was like this secret we all shared but couldn't talk about openly because we'd just be dismissed again. We stayed at the property for 3 more days, and I avoided the barn completely for most of that time. But on our last day, before we were set to drive back to the city, my curiosity got the better of me. I asked my stepdad if he would come with me to get something I'd left in the barn. I didn't tell him my real reason. I needed to see that picture again, and I was too scared to go alone. He agreed easily enough, and we walked across the yard to the barn together. My heart was pounding as he pulled open the heavy door. Sunlight spilled in, illuminating the dust in the air, just like before. "What did you leave in here?" he asked. My cap," I lied, already scanning the support posts for the picture of Jesus. It was still there, hanging in exactly the same place, but it looked normal. Jesus stared serenely forward, his mouth set in its usual slight smile. There was no whistling, no movement, nothing unusual at all. My stepdad watched me as I stared at the picture. "That's been hanging there since before I was born," he said. "My grandfather put it up for protection when they built this barn." I walked closer to it, my 9-year-old mind trying to reconcile what I was seeing now with what I'd experienced days before. As I moved around, I noticed something that sent a chill up my spine. The eyes in the picture seemed to follow me. No matter where I stood, Jesus appeared to be looking directly at me. Is it supposed to do that?" I asked, pointing. "Do what?" My stepdad looked confused. "The eyes, they're following me." He laughed and put his hand on my shoulder. "That's just how those paintings work, Carlos. It's an optical illusion. Now where's this cap you're looking for? I pretended to find my cap under one of the couches, and we left the barn. I never told him or my mom what really happened that day. What would be the point? They wouldn't believe me. I'm 49 now, and I've never been back to that property. My stepdad's uncle sold it years ago, and I have no idea if that picture of Jesus is still hanging in that barn. I've thought about it often over the years, trying to make sense of what happened. Was it a miracle? A ghost? Mass hysteria among a bunch of suggestible kids? All I know for sure is that 12 children heard and saw something impossible that summer day 40 years ago. And sometimes when I'm alone in a quiet room, I swear I can still hear that soft, insistent whistling. Story 17. I never believed in sharing this kind of stuff online, but after what happened last week, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or has answers. I'm still trying to process everything. I'm an army captain stationed at Fort Devens in Massachusetts. My wife, 2 kids, and I moved into military housing about 3 years ago. From day one, something felt off about this place. You know that feeling when you're alone but don't feel alone, like you're being watched. That's how it was from the moment we unpacked our first box. The house itself is nothing special. Standard military housing, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, built sometime in the 80s. It's in a quiet neighborhood with other military families, and from the outside everything looks normal. But inside, that's a different story. For the first few weeks, I brushed off the weird vibes. New house, new sounds, new settling patterns. That's what I told myself. But then little things started happening that I couldn't explain away. The feeling of being watched intensified, especially when I was alone. I'd be sitting at the kitchen table doing paperwork at night after everyone went to bed, and I'd get this intense sensation that someone was standing right behind me. Every time I'd turn around, there'd be nothing there. About 2 months in, my wife Kim decided to join the community Facebook page to meet neighbors. She came to me one night looking pale. "You're not going to believe this," she said, showing me her phone. There were dozens of posts from other families in our housing complex describing paranormal experiences. Footsteps in empty hallways, objects moving, strange shadows, kids talking about the dark man who visits their rooms. It wasn't just us. I still tried to rationalize everything. Old buildings make noise, kids have active imaginations, people see what they want to see. I've always been the practical one in the family. Then, about 4 months after moving in, I started seeing things. It was always in my peripheral vision, a dark, human-shaped shadow peeking around corners or doorways. Every single time I turned to look directly at it, it would vanish. This happened maybe 2 or 3 times a week at first, but gradually increased to almost daily occurrences. The noises were the worst, though. We'd hear heavy footsteps upstairs when all of us were downstairs. Sometimes it sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor at 3 in the morning. Other times, just random thumps and creaks that didn't match the normal settling sounds of a house. My 11-year-old daughter started sleeping with her light on, saying she heard whispering in her closet at night. I didn't tell anyone outside the family about this. As an officer, I've got a reputation to maintain. Can you imagine telling your commanding officer or fellow soldiers that you think your house is haunted? They'd think I was losing it. Then my mom came to visit about 6 months ago. We hadn't told her anything about the weird stuff happening. I didn't want her worrying. We put her in the guest bedroom, which is the smallest room in the house. The next morning at breakfast, she looked exhausted. "I barely slept," she said, pouring herself a 3rd cup of coffee. There was something in that room with me. My wife and I exchanged looks. "What do you mean, Mom?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "I don't want to sound crazy," she said, lowering her voice so the kids wouldn't hear. "But I woke up around 2 in the morning and saw this shadow. Not just darkness, but something darker than the darkness, if that makes sense. It was like black mist floating by the closet door. I turned on the light and it disappeared." My blood ran cold. My mom is the most level-headed person I know. She's a retired nurse who deals in facts and reality. For her to say something like this meant she really saw something. After that visit, things escalated. The TV would turn on by itself. We'd find doors open that we knew we'd closed. My son's toys would be arranged in circles on the floor when he woke up, even though he swore he put them away in his toy box before bed. I started researching the history of the base and the housing area, but found nothing significant. No tragic deaths, no horrific events, nothing that would explain what we were experiencing, but deep down I had a suspicion about what might be happening, something I'd never fully shared with my wife. You see, my father was heavily into the occult before he went to prison when I was 13. Black magic, summoning rituals, the whole 9 yards. Growing up in his house, I witnessed things no kid should see. Books flying across rooms, voices coming from empty corners, and once a 7-foot-tall black figure standing at the foot of my bed. When I left home at 18 to join the army, I cut all ties with that world. I became practical, logical. I threw myself into military life, where everything has order and explanation. I never told anyone about my childhood experiences. I convinced myself it was all elaborate tricks my father had played, or my young imagination running wild. But last week, something happened that I can't explain away. Something that forced me to confront the possibility that whatever was in my childhood home had somehow followed me here, or that I'd somehow inherited my father's unwanted gift of attracting these entities. It was 5:27 in the morning. I remember because the first thing I did was look at the alarm clock beside my bed. I was suddenly awakened by the sensation of someone grabbing my foot, not just touching it, but firmly gripping it and squeezing. It was like a hand wrapping around my ankle and pressing hard enough that I could feel each finger digging in. I sat bolt upright, fully awake in an instant. The room was dim with early morning light filtering through the curtains. My wife was still asleep beside me, but she was curled up with her feet a good 3 feet away from mine. There was nobody else in the room. As I scanned the darkness, heart pounding in my chest, I heard a creaking sound near our full-length mirror in the corner. Just a single creak, like weight shifting on an old floorboard. I stared at that corner for what felt like forever, the hair on my arms standing on end. There was nothing visible there, but the air felt different, heavier somehow. I got up and checked on the kids. They were both sound asleep in their rooms. I walked through the entire house, turning on lights, checking closets, looking under beds. Nothing was out of place. No signs of an intruder. When I returned to our bedroom, my wife was still asleep, undisturbed. I sat on the edge of the bed, my foot still tingling from where I'd been grabbed. This wasn't sleep paralysis. I've experienced that before during basic training due to stress and exhaustion. This was different. I was completely mobile, and the sensation was isolated to just my foot. Someone or something had deliberately grabbed me to wake me up. That's when I noticed the mirror had been turned slightly, angled differently than it had been when we went to bed. Just a few degrees, but enough that I noticed. I approach mirrors differently now. I don't look directly into them if I can avoid it. For the past week, I've been sleeping on the couch with the TV on. I told my wife it's because of my back pain, but the truth is I'm afraid to sleep in our bedroom. The grabbing incident crossed a line. Whatever's in this house, it's no longer content with just watching or making noise. Now it's making physical contact. I've requested a housing transfer, citing structural concerns with the current unit. The housing office said it could be 4 to 6 months before anything becomes available. We can't afford to move off base with current housing allowances in this area. Last night, my daughter told me she saw a man in a dark coat standing in the hallway outside her room. When she called out thinking it was me, it disappeared into the bathroom. I checked the bathroom immediately, empty, with no signs anyone had been there. I'm not sure what to do next. I've considered reaching out to a chaplain, but I'm worried about how that might affect my career. Military culture isn't exactly open to discussions about haunted houses or supernatural encounters. My wife suggested sage or some kind of cleansing ritual, but given my father's history with the occult, I'm hesitant to open that door, even a crack. What if attempting to address it makes it stronger or angrier? The most disturbing part is that I sometimes feel like this thing is specifically attached to me, not the house. I feel it watching me at work now too, in places that should be free from whatever is happening at home. Yesterday, I was alone in the supply office and felt that same heavy presence behind me. When I turned around, I caught a glimpse of that same dark shape ducking behind a filing cabinet. By the time I walked over, there was nothing there. I don't know if this is connected to my father's practices or if something about me attracts these entities. All I know is that something grabbed my foot last week to wake me up, and I'm terrified of what it might do next. Why wake me up? What was it trying to show me or tell me? And why now, after 3 years in this house? The only pattern I can identify is that the activity seems to increase when I'm stressed or when there's conflict in the house. It's almost like it feeds on negative energy. After arguments or difficult days at work, that's when the footsteps and shadows seem most active. I'm writing this from my office on base. I don't want to go home tonight. I keep looking over my shoulder, expecting to see that dark figure standing there. But the most terrifying thought is that no matter where I go, it might follow. How do you escape something you can't see, can't fight, and don't understand? Story 18. I've never shared this publicly before. For 17 years, I worked as a pediatric nurse at a specialized hospice facility in Lakewood, Colorado. We were small, just 10 beds, but we provided end-of-life care for children from newborns up to 17 years old. Most of our patients had terminal birth defects, and the reality of our work was harsh. The average stay was less than 2 weeks. I'm not sharing this for attention or sympathy. Something happened there that I still can't explain, and it haunts me to this day. I'm writing this now because our facility closed 8 years ago, and I'm no longer bound by the same professional obligations. Also, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. It started during my 3rd year at the hospice. We had a 7-year-old patient named Jamie who had an inoperable brain tumor. One morning during rounds, I found him sitting up in bed, talking to the empty corner of his room. This wasn't unusual. Many children with his condition experience hallucinations. When I asked who he was talking to, his answer chilled me. "The skinny people with the little heads," he said matter-of-factly. "They come at night when everyone's sleeping." I nodded and made a note to inform the doctor about possible hallucinations. 2 days later, Jamie passed away peacefully in his sleep. A month later, we admitted a 4-year-old girl named Ellie with advanced leukemia. Her parents had exhausted all treatment options and wanted her final days to be comfortable. 3 nights after her admission, I was doing my 2 a.m. checks when I heard Ellie giggling. I entered her room to find her pointing at the ceiling corner. "The pinhead people are dancing for me," she said, smiling weakly. "They're so silly." Something about her description triggered my memory of Jamie. I asked her to tell me more about these pinhead people. "They're skinny and grey, like when Daddy leaves the TV static on, but their heads are tiny, like pins. They don't talk like we do. They make funny sounds." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. The description was eerily similar to Jamie's skinny people with little heads. I told myself it was coincidence. Perhaps they'd both seen the same cartoon or movie. But then it kept happening. Over the next few months, 5 more children described these entities to me or other staff members. They all mentioned the same details: grey skin, extremely thin bodies, and disproportionately small heads. Some of the older kids even drew pictures for us. The drawings were crude. They were made by sick children, after all. But the similarities were undeniable. Stick-like bodies, small pinheads, large black eyes. What's important to understand is that we never discussed these sightings with the children. We didn't suggest what they might be seeing or ask leading questions. These reports came spontaneously, often in the middle of the night or during quiet moments. The most disturbing incidents happened in our special care room. This was a 3-bed room divided by walls, where we placed our most complex cases. From the central nursing station, I could observe all 3 patients simultaneously through windows, but the children couldn't see each other. One night, we had 3 patients there: Zach, 13, Maya, 9, and Tyler, 6. None of them had met before being admitted. Around 3 in the morning, I was updating charts when I heard all 3 of them talking at once. I looked up to see each child looking at different corners of their rooms, having animated conversations with empty space. I went to check on Zach first. "Who are you talking to, Zach?" I asked. "The grey people," he said without hesitation. "They're telling me about the place I'm going." My skin crawled, but I maintained my professional demeanor. I checked on Maya next. "There are 5 of them today," she said before I could even ask. "The skinny ones with the little pinheads. They're showing me pictures in my mind." Tyler, the 6-year-old, was the most disturbing. When I entered his section, he was repeating a strange sound. Kek, 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 kek. It wasn't a word or even a recognizable utterance, just this odd clicking sound. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, "The pin people taught me their words. Listen, kek, kek, kek." As he said this, I heard Maya from her section start making the exact same sound. Kek, kek, kek. Then Zach joined in. Kek, kek, kek. All 3 children who couldn't see or hear each other making the same alien sound simultaneously. I nearly dropped my clipboard. I checked all the monitors, thinking maybe there was some feedback or strange noise coming through the equipment, but everything was functioning normally. By this point, I'd been working in hospice care for years. I'd seen many strange things that happen around death. Patients reporting deceased relatives visiting them, inexplicable moments of lucidity before passing, even lights flickering when someone died. But this was different. This wasn't just one patient's experience. It was multiple children having the same experience independently. I started keeping a journal. Over the next 2 years, I documented 37 separate incidents involving 23 different children. The descriptions were consistent: grey, extremely thin beings with pinheads and large black eyes. Some children found them comforting, others were terrified. 8-year-old Ethan would hide under his blankets when they appeared. "They want to take me," he whispered to me one night, his eyes wide with fear. "They say it's almost time." 14-year-old Rebecca, on the other hand, looked forward to their visits. "They show me beautiful colors I've never seen before," she told me. "They say where I'm going, there's no pain." What made this phenomenon even more puzzling was that it wasn't isolated to that 3-bed room. Children in our 7 private rooms also reported seeing these entities, eliminating the possibility they were picking up cues from roommates. And it wasn't just at night. Though nighttime sightings were more common, some children reported seeing them in broad daylight while family members were present, though the family members never saw anything. The most logical explanation was that these were hallucinations caused by medication or the progression of their illnesses. But that didn't explain why the hallucinations were so consistent across different patients with different conditions and medications, and it certainly didn't explain the synchronized kek 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 incident, which I witnessed with my own eyes and ears. I consulted with our medical director, Dr. Anderson, showing him my journal and the children's drawings. He was skeptical, but intrigued. "There could be a psychological component," he suggested. "These children know they're dying. Perhaps this is a manifestation of their understanding of death, influenced by popular culture." But that explanation fell short too. Many of these children were too young to have been exposed to alien imagery and media, and the pin-headed appearance didn't match the typical grey alien depiction with large heads. In fact, when I showed one patient a picture of the stereotypical grey alien, he shook his head vehemently. No, not like that. Their heads are tiny, like a pin on a balloon. I've worked in adult hospice facilities too, and in all my years, I never once had an adult patient report seeing these beings. It was exclusively children, and exclusively at this facility. The most rational part of me wanted to dismiss it all as coincidence and imagination, but one incident made that impossible. 6-year-old Lily had been with us for 5 days. She had a rare genetic disorder that caused multiple organ failure. One evening, her mother was sitting with her while I checked her vitals. Lily had been quiet and withdrawn all day, but suddenly she pointed to the empty space between her mother and me. "The pinhead is touching your hair," she said to her mother. Her mother laughed nervously. "There's nothing there, sweetheart." But Lily was insistent. "Yes, there is. He's right there. His fingers are in your hair." As she said this, her mother's hair moved slightly, as if disturbed by a gentle touch. There was no draft in the room. The windows were sealed, and the HVAC wasn't running at that moment. Her mother felt it too. I saw her reach up to touch the back of her head, her face paling. "Must be static electricity," she murmured. But I could see she was unsettled. Lily died the next morning. Her mother later told me that in the hour before she passed, Lily had been having an animated conversation with her friends, with the pinheads, describing in detail a beautiful place they were showing her. I've worked in healthcare for over 2 decades. I'm trained to observe, to document, to seek rational explanations. But after 5 years of these consistent reports, I began to wonder if we were witnessing something beyond our understanding. I never saw these entities myself, despite having experienced paranormal phenomena at other points in my life and career. Whatever these beings were, they seemed to appear exclusively to the children. Were they drawn to the location, to the children themselves, to the proximity of death? I don't know. Our facility closed due to funding issues after I'd been there for 12 years. In the remaining 7 years of operation after I first noticed this phenomenon, we documented over 100 similar reports. The children's descriptions never varied significantly. Grey skin, extremely thin bodies, pinheads, large black eyes. Some staff members refused to work night shifts because the children's accounts disturbed them so deeply. I don't know what to make of it all. Were these entities angels of some sort, coming to guide children to whatever lies beyond? Were they manifestations of the children's fears and hopes about death, or was there something more extraterrestrial happening? I only know what I documented. Dozens of children over many years, all describing the same beings, often using the same words, sometimes simultaneously experiencing their presence. The hospice is gone now, torn down to make way for a medical office building. Sometimes I drive by the location and wonder, are they still there, these pin-headed visitors, waiting for children who will never come, or did they follow the children to wherever they went next? I don't expect answers, but after keeping this experience to myself for so long, I needed to share it. Perhaps someone else has witnessed something similar. Perhaps there's an explanation I haven't considered, or perhaps some mysteries are simply meant to remain unsolved. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened at my apartment in Westbrook. It's been 8 months since I moved out, but I've never shared the full story until now because, honestly, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It all started last February when I found this amazing deal on an apartment. I was scrolling through listings for hours when I stumbled upon it. A spacious 1-bedroom with this massive built-in desk that was perfect for my graphic design work. The rent was surprisingly affordable for the area, and I remember thinking I'd hit the jackpot. The landlord seemed eager to rent it out, barely asking me any questions during the viewing. I should have seen that as a red flag, but I was just excited about the price. The day I moved in, I went to check the mailbox to see where I should put my name. There were these little paper slips for each apartment, and when I found mine, I noticed something weird. Where my name would eventually go, someone had written "deceased" in faded blue ink. It wasn't obvious, more like it had been written, erased poorly, and then covered with whiteout that had yellowed over time. I remember getting this cold feeling in my stomach, but I brushed it off. Old buildings have weird histories, right? I figured someone made a mistake, or it was the previous tenant's mail status. The first 2 months were completely normal. I was settling in, working from home, getting to know the neighborhood. Nothing unusual happened. Not a single thing that would make me think twice about the place. I even remember joking with my sister on the phone about how boring suburban life was compared to our hometown. Then the dreams started. At first, I didn't think much of them. Everyone has weird dreams, but these were different. They were always the same, exactly the same. Every single detail repeated night after night. In these dreams, I'd wake up in my bedroom, same furniture, same layout, but it would be filled with people I'd never seen before. They were always dressed in clothes from what looked like the 70s or early 80s. Bell bottoms, wide collars, feathered hair. The room would be hazy with cigarette smoke, and there'd be this constant background noise of people laughing, glasses clinking, music playing. It felt like I was witnessing some kind of house party from decades ago. The weirdest part wasn't the dream itself. It was what happened when I woke up. For about 20 or 30 seconds after opening my eyes, I could still smell the cigarettes, strong, like someone had been smoking right next to my bed. I could hear the faint murmur of conversations and laughter fading away. It was as if the dream was leaking into reality, and it took a few moments for my brain to fully switch back to the present. This happened 3 or 4 times a week for about a month. I started dreading going to bed. I'd stay up late working, scrolling through my phone, anything to avoid sleep. I was exhausted all the time. I started keeping my bedroom window open, thinking maybe there was some kind of weird ventilation issue causing the smoke smell. Nothing helped. I didn't tell anyone because it sounded crazy. What was I going to say? Oh hey, I'm having recurring dreams about a party from 40 years ago, and I can smell it when I wake up. No one would take that seriously. Then came the night that changed everything. It was around 3 in the morning on a Tuesday. I remember because I had an important client meeting the next day, and I was stressed about being so tired. The dream started like always. I woke up in my room filled with strangers partying. The smoke was thick, the music was louder than usual, and everyone seemed more animated. But this time was different. I was fed up, exhausted, and frankly, pissed off. Instead of just observing like I usually did, I stood up in the dream and shouted, "What do you want from me?" The room didn't go silent like in movies. The music kept playing, people kept talking, but this one guy, middle-aged with a mustache and wearing a brown suit jacket, turned to look at me. He had a drink in his hand, and he walked over, seeming surprised that I had addressed them. "We need your help to communicate with our loved ones," he said, his voice clear despite the background noise. His eyes were intensely focused on mine in a way that felt too real for a dream. I felt my whole body go cold. This wasn't just a dream. They knew I was there. They were aware of me. The realization hit me like a truck. These weren't just random dream characters. These were something else. "I can't help you," I said, backing away. "I don't know how to do that. I'm just a graphic designer, for God's sake." I was panicking, my heart racing even within the dream. That's when it happened. The music stopped. The conversations halted mid-sentence. Every single person in the room turned to stare at me. It wasn't aggressive or threatening. It was just disappointed, deeply, profoundly disappointed. The man in the brown jacket sighed. "We thought you might be different. We won't bother you again." His voice was resigned, almost sad. I woke up gasping for air, covered in sweat, but this time there was no lingering smoke smell, no fading voices, just silence and the darkness of my bedroom. I turned on every light in the apartment, and stayed awake until sunrise, shaking. True to his word, the party dreams stopped completely after that night. I never smelled cigarette smoke again, never heard the phantom laughter or clinking glasses. For a while, I thought maybe it was over, whatever it was. But the apartment wasn't done with me. About 2 months after the party dreams stopped, I experienced my first night terror. I'd never had one before in my life. I woke up unable to move, feeling like something heavy was sitting on my chest. I could barely breathe. The room felt ice cold, and I had this overwhelming sense that something was watching me from the corner of my bedroom. When I finally could move, I turned on the light and found nothing there. But my alarm clock had stopped at 3:17 a.m., even though my phone showed it was nearly 4. This happened 2 more times over the next few months. Each episode was terrifying in a different way. During the second one, I distinctly heard whispering coming from inside my closet. During the third, my bedroom door, which I always kept closed at night, was wide open when I managed to break free from the paralysis. I started researching the building's history, trying to find some explanation. I didn't want to ask my landlord directly. He already seemed to think I was high maintenance after I'd complained about some minor plumbing issues. Instead, I started chatting with the elderly couple who lived in the building next door. That's how I found out. Mrs. Hendricks had lived in the neighborhood for over 40 years. When I casually mentioned my address, her expression changed immediately. "Oh, you're in the party house," she said, like it was common knowledge. According to her, back in 1979, there had been a house fire in what was now my apartment building. It had been divided differently back then. My apartment and the one next to it used to be one larger unit. The owner at the time, a guy named Robert something, was known for throwing big parties. On New Year's Eve of '79, a fire broke out during one of these gatherings. 7 people died trapped in the bedroom, which was now my bedroom. The fire had started because someone fell asleep with a cigarette. I felt sick as she told me this, remembering the cigarette smoke smell from my dreams. Mrs. Hendricks went on to explain that the building was eventually renovated and split into smaller units, but no one ever stayed in my particular apartment for very long. "People say they hear things," she said, lowering her voice. "Laughter, music. Some even claim they smell smoke." I didn't tell her about my experiences. I just nodded and made some excuse to leave. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those people in my dreams. The party guests. They had died here, in this room. They were trapped somehow, between worlds maybe, and they thought I could help them contact their families. The man had said they thought I might be different. What did that mean? Was I somehow more sensitive to their presence than previous tenants? I never experienced the party dreams again after that night. I confronted them, but sometimes I'd wake up feeling like I wasn't alone in the room. I'd catch movements in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look. My phone would suddenly play music from the '70s, even though I never listened to that era. Small things, but enough to keep me on edge. I broke my lease 4 months early and moved out, paid the penalty without complaint. The landlord didn't even seem surprised. The weirdest part, the night terrors stopped as soon as I left that apartment. I've never had one since. I've never again smelled phantom cigarette smoke or heard voices that weren't there, but I still think about them. Those people who died that night, trapped in a burning room. They're still there, I think, reliving their last party forever. And sometimes I feel guilty that I couldn't help them, that I was too scared to try. What if I was their only chance to reach out to the people they left behind? I don't know what they wanted me to do exactly. Leave messages for family members, find their children or spouses to tell them something important. I'll never know now. All I know is that the veil between the living and the dead is thinner than we think. And sometimes, if you're in the right place or the wrong one, they can reach across it, they can find you, they can ask for help. And I'm still not sure if I did the right thing by refusing. Story 20. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've never really talked about it before, not the full extent of it anyway. It all started during the pandemic when everything was locked down. I was 23 at the time, living with my parents because my college had shut down and sent everyone home. The first few weeks were normal enough, boring, frustrating, but normal. Then the insomnia hit. I'd always been a good sleeper before, but suddenly I found myself lying awake until 3 or 4 in the morning, staring at the ceiling, feeling, I don't know, watched. That's when the sleep paralysis began. I'd read about sleep paralysis before. I knew it was supposed to be this thing where you wake up but can't move, sometimes with hallucinations. But knowing about it didn't make it any less terrifying when it actually happened. The first time, I woke up around 2 in the morning. I tried to roll over but couldn't move a muscle. My heart started racing immediately. Then I felt it. Something grabbed my arm and pulled it behind my back. Not like someone was holding it there, but like it was being physically wrenched backward. The pain was real. This wasn't just sleep paralysis, at least not the kind I'd read about. Then came the screaming directly in my ear, so loud that I thought my eardrums would burst. It wasn't a human scream. It was this high-pitched, distorted sound that made my skin crawl. When I finally could move again, I jumped out of bed and turned on every light in my room. I was drenched in sweat, and my shoulder actually hurt from whatever had pulled my arm back. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I tried to convince myself it was just an extreme version of sleep paralysis. That's what my parents said when I finally worked up the courage to tell them. My dad suggested cutting out caffeine after 6 p.m. My mum wondered if I was spending too much time on my phone before bed. Neither of them took it seriously. After a few months, the pandemic restrictions eased up a bit, and I moved into a house with a couple of roommates near campus. I thought changing locations would help. It didn't. In fact, things got worse. In the new place, I started seeing these shadowy wisps floating around my bedroom at night. They were like dark smoke, moving with purpose, not just drifting, but seeming to observe me. I would lie there frozen, watching them circle the ceiling before descending toward my bed. One night in November, I felt something heavy move on top of me, not just pressure, but movement, like something straddling my chest. I couldn't breathe properly. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. The weight shifted, and I felt what seemed like fingers brush against my face, cold, dry fingers. That's when I lost it and somehow broke free from the paralysis. I scrambled out of bed and ran to my roommate Jake's room, pounding on his door until he answered. Jake let me sleep on his floor that night. I told him everything the next morning, expecting him to think I was crazy. Instead, he got really quiet and admitted he'd been hearing footsteps in the hallway when no one else was home, and sometimes knocking on his bedroom walls. By December, things escalated again. I was lying in bed one night, not even asleep yet, when I felt hands grab my neck, not choking me, but firmly holding me in place. Then the sensation of someone, something, kissing me. I could feel pressure on my lips and breath that smelled like stagnant water. I thrashed around, hitting the wall so hard that my other roommate, Miguel, came to check on me. The entity, I've started calling it that because I don't know what else to call it, sometimes mimics voices. The worst was when it imitated my sister's voice. She lives across the country, so there's no way it could have actually been her. I was alone in the house, trying to study, when I heard her voice clearly call my name from the kitchen. When I went to check, there was nothing there. As I turned to go back to my room, I heard her scream, "Stop!" 3 times, each scream more distorted than the last, until the final one didn't even sound human anymore. I've tried sage, crosses, prayers, all the stuff you're supposed to do. Nothing helps. My roommates have had their own experiences too. Miguel woke up one night to find all his dresser drawers open and his clothes scattered across the floor. Jake has seen a tall shadow figure standing at the foot of his bed multiple times. Last month, my grandparents went on a cruise, and I stayed at their house to look after their dog. I thought maybe a completely different location would give me a break from whatever was happening. I was wrong. The first night at their house, I felt something physically pulling at my chest, right where my heart is. Not like a heart attack, but like something was trying to extract something from inside me. The pain was so intense, I thought I might pass out. Then I saw her for the first time clearly. A shadowy female figure with what looked like horns or pointed ears on her head. She was at the foot of the bed, and then suddenly she was on top of me, trying to force herself on me. I could feel weight, pressure, even though she wasn't fully solid. I managed to switch on the lamp, and she disappeared. I stayed awake the rest of the night with all the lights on, the TV blaring, the dog whimpering and refusing to come near the bed. 2 nights later, still at my grandparents' house, I woke up to something bouncing on my stomach. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw what looked like a translucent girl in a white sheet or dress sitting on me, bouncing up and down like a child would. Her face was blurry, but I could tell she was smiling. Not in a friendly way, more like she was enjoying my terror. When I tried to move, she leaned down close to my face and then just evaporated. The most recent incident happened just 3 days ago. I was back at my place with my roommates, trying to sleep with my headphones on, playing white noise to drown out any sounds that might freak me out. I felt the headphones slowly being removed. At first, I thought maybe I'd done it myself while half asleep. Then I heard a female voice whisper directly in my ear, "Eric and Isabella are always together. Always together, Eric and Isabella." I don't know anyone named Isabella. I've never known anyone with that name. I opened my eyes and saw the wispy female figure hovering beside my bed before she faded into the darkness of my room. I told Jake and Miguel about it the next morning. Jake looked it up online and found that there had been a fire in a building that stood where our house is now, back in the 1970s. 2 people died, a man and a woman. The articles didn't mention their names. These encounters are getting more frequent and more physical. At first, I thought maybe it was stress or the isolation of the pandemic messing with my head. Now I'm not so sure. The consistency of the female figure, the increasing boldness of the interactions, it feels like whatever this is, it's getting stronger, more confident. Last night, I set up my phone to record while I slept. I was hoping to catch something, anything, that would either confirm I'm not crazy or give me some clue about what's happening. When I checked the recording this morning, there was nothing unusual for the first few hours. Then, around 3:15 a.m., the audio picked up what sounds like someone humming a lullaby right next to the phone. The camera didn't show anything, but the humming is crystal clear. It goes on for about 30 seconds, then stops abruptly, replaced by a sound like someone dragging their nails across the wall. I'm terrified to go to sleep tonight. My roommate suggested we all sleep in the living room together, which is what we're planning to do. I've also reached out to a paranormal investigator who has agreed to come check out the house next week. I don't know if that will help, but I'm desperate for answers. I can feel myself being worn down by the lack of sleep and constant fear. Sometimes I catch myself dozing off during the day and immediately jerk awake, terrified of what might be waiting for me in dreams. My grades are slipping, and I've started calling in sick to my part-time job because I'm too exhausted to function. The worst part is not knowing what it wants from me. Why me? Why now? Is it just trying to scare me, or does it want something more? And who is Isabella? And why does this entity think we're always together? I don't know how much longer I can live like this. Sometimes I think about just packing up and leaving town. But what if it follows me? What if it's not attached to the house, but to me? I'm writing this now while sitting in a 24-hour diner, my 3rd cup of coffee keeping me awake. I don't want to go back to the house, even with my roommates there. But I can't stay here forever. Eventually, I'll have to go back, and night will fall, and I'll have to close my eyes, and I'm terrified of what might be waiting for me when I do. Story 21. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I think I'm ready now. Growing up in that old apartment building still haunts me, and maybe putting this into words will help me process what happened there. I was 4 years old when we moved into the apartment on the 8th floor of what used to be an old ice storage facility from the early 1900s. It was one of those historic buildings that developers had gutted and converted into luxury apartments, though there was nothing luxurious about the constant draft or the way the pipes knocked all night long. My first experience happened just weeks after we moved in. I was playing in the living room when I heard my mom's voice calling me from her bedroom. "Melissa, come here, sweetie." The voice was so clear, so unmistakably hers. I remember getting up and walking down the hallway, pushing open her bedroom door, excited to see what she wanted. The room was empty. I found my mom in the kitchen, chopping vegetables for dinner. When I asked her why she called me, she looked confused and said she hadn't called at all. I was just a kid, so I shrugged it off. Maybe I'd imagined it. But it happened again and again. By the time I was 6, I'd gotten used to the woman in heels who paced outside our bathroom door. Every time I showered or used the toilet, I'd hear the distinct click-clack of high heels walking back and forth in the hallway. The first few times, I'd crack open the door to see who it was, but there was never anyone there. My parents never heard it, which made me think I was going crazy. "Mom, do you hear that?" I'd ask, and she'd pause, listen, and shake her head. "It's just the pipe smell. This building is old." But pipes don't sound like heels on hardwood. The man started appearing when I was 7. I never saw him, not really, but I felt his presence. He had rough hands. I know that sounds weird, but I'd feel them on my shoulders sometimes when I was alone in my room. The touch wasn't gentle like my dad's. It was cold and harsh, like someone who'd worked with their hands their whole life. I remember sitting at my desk one afternoon doing homework when my headphones flew across the room. They didn't just fall, they were yanked from my head and thrown against the wall with enough force to crack the plastic. I screamed and ran to my parents, but they dismissed it. I must have knocked them off accidentally. I must have forgotten I'd dropped them earlier. No one ever believed me. The chair in the corner of my room would creak at night, like someone was sitting in it, shifting their weight. I'd pull my blanket over my head and try to sleep, but the creaking would continue for hours. Sometimes I'd hear breathing, heavy, labored breathing, like someone was standing right next to my bed. But the woman, the one with the heels, she seemed different, protective almost. Whenever the man was in my room, the sound of heels would approach and the man would disappear. I started to think of her as my guardian, though I never saw her either. Until that night. I was 11. It was the middle of winter, and our apartment was freezing despite the heaters running full blast. I woke up around 3 in the morning with that feeling, you know the one, where you just know you're not alone. The chair wasn't creaking, but there was a heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere itself had thickened. I lay perfectly still, afraid to move, when I noticed 2 small figures standing at the foot of my bed. They were children. A boy, maybe 9, and a younger girl who couldn't have been more than 6. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The boy in short pants with suspenders and a cap, the girl in a pinafore dress with a high collar. But what struck me most was their color, or lack of it. They were gray, washed out like an old photograph, and I could see the dresser behind them, through them. I wasn't scared, strangely enough. They didn't seem threatening. They just stood there, holding hands, looking at me with sad eyes. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. They didn't speak. The boy tilted his head slightly, as if confused by my greeting. Then slowly, they both began to fade, becoming more and more transparent, until they disappeared completely. I never saw those children again, but the other presences remained. The man with rough hands became more aggressive over time. He would pull my hair while I slept. Once I woke up with 3 scratch marks on my arm that burned like fire. My parents took me to a doctor who suggested I might be scratching myself in my sleep due to anxiety. The woman in heels remained my silent protector. Sometimes, when the man was particularly active, I'd hear her heels practically running down the hall. Once, when I was alone in the apartment and felt those rough hands on my shoulders, I heard the rapid click-clack approaching. There was a sudden drop in temperature, like someone had opened a freezer, and then what sounded like a scuffle. Objects falling, a thud against the wall, and then silence. The rough hands never touched me that day again. I started researching the building's history when I was 13. The local library had archives of old newspapers, and I spent weekends digging through them, looking for anything about the ice storage facility. I found old photographs of workers standing proudly outside the building in 1927, the year it was built, men with hard faces and rough hands. One article from 1934 mentioned an accident. A worker had fallen from a loading platform and died instantly. His name was Richard Gaines, 37 years old. The article mentioned he had a reputation for having a temper. I wondered if those were his hands, I felt. I couldn't find anything about a woman or children who might have died there. Maybe they lived in the area when it was still a working facility. Maybe they had no connection to the building at all. When I was 15, something happened that made everything else seem like a mild inconvenience. It was a Friday night. My parents had gone out for dinner, and I was alone in the apartment watching TV. Around 9 o'clock, I heard a commotion outside. Sirens, shouting. I went to our balcony and looked down to see police cars and an ambulance, their lights painting the street red and blue. A neighbor called later to check if we were okay and told my parents what had happened. A man from the 10th floor, someone who had just moved in a month earlier, had jumped from the railing outside his apartment. He'd landed near the main entrance. I didn't make the connection immediately. But that night, as I tried to sleep, the chair in my room creaked louder than ever before. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath. And the hands, those rough, angry hands, grabbed my ankles and tried to pull me from my bed. I screamed and screamed until my parents came running. They found me huddled in the corner of my room, sobbing uncontrollably. I told them everything, about the hands, the woman in heels, the ghost children, all of it. For the first time, they didn't dismiss me. They saw the terror in my eyes and knew this was different. The next morning, there were bruises on my ankles in the shape of fingerprints. We moved out 2 weeks later. Years passed, and I convinced myself it had all been the overactive imagination of a child, amplified by the suggestion of living in a historic building. The mind plays tricks, right? Then last year, I ran into an old neighbor from the building at a coffee shop. We got to talking about the old place, and she mentioned how she'd always felt uncomfortable there. "Did you ever hear someone walking in heels in the hallway?" she asked casually, stirring her coffee. My blood ran cold. "And that man who jumped," she continued, not noticing my reaction. "I heard he was abusive to his wife before she left him, had a history of violence. Some people in the building think that's why he did it." I didn't tell her that I'd felt his rough hands years before he even moved into the building. I didn't tell her that somehow I knew he'd been drawn there by something in that building, some darkness that had been there long before any of us. I still think about the woman in heels sometimes. Was she protecting me and those children? Were they victims of something terrible that happened in that building long ago? I'll never know. What I do know is that I can still feel those rough hands sometimes in the space between sleep and wakefulness. I still check the corners of rooms when I enter them. I still listen for the sound of heels clicking on hardwood when I'm alone. Because once you've lived in a place where the veil between worlds is thin, you never quite trust the silence again. Story 22. I've been debating whether to share this for a while now. I'm not usually one to talk about this kind of stuff, but after what happened during my return to St. Elizabeth's Hospital, I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I worked security at St. Elizabeth's for about 3 years before taking another job across town. For those who don't know, St. Elizabeth's was built back in 1924, one of those massive old-school hospitals with the kind of architecture that would cost a fortune today. It was originally a 6-story complex with 2 main buildings connected by a central hub. The pediatric wing was on the 4th floor of the east building, and down in the basement was the morgue. Classic, creepy hospital setup, right? By 2008, most of the hospital had been abandoned when they built a shiny new facility across town. Only the ER and the short-stay rehab wing stayed operational in the old building. The rest just sat there, empty and decaying. During my first stint at St. Elizabeth's, I worked the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., patrolling those empty corridors. I'm not gonna lie. Weird shit happened there regularly, and I'm not talking about the usual creaks and groans you'd expect from an old building. Multiple times a week, I'd hear children laughing in the abandoned pediatric wing, clear as day, not just vague sounds that could be mistaken for something else. Actual giggling and the pitter-patter of little feet running down hallways that should have been empty. Shadows would move when there was nobody there to cast them. Objects would shift positions when I turned my back. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make you question your sanity. A chair turned slightly. A clipboard moved from one counter to another. My co-workers all had their ways of dealing with it. Most just pretended nothing was happening, convinced themselves it was the building settling or wind somehow finding its way through sealed windows. A couple quit within their first month. But I took a different approach. I acknowledged them, whatever they were. I didn't try to communicate with them using those ghost-hunting gadgets or anything. I just set boundaries. When I'd start my shift, I'd quietly say something like, "I respect that you're here, I'm just doing my job. Let's not bother each other." Sounds stupid, but it seemed to work. The weird stuff still happened, but it felt less threatening, like we had an understanding. Most nights I'd have 2 or 3 encounters, nothing that would make you run screaming from the building, just enough to remind me I wasn't alone. And honestly, it became almost routine. Clock in, acknowledge the spirits, do my rounds, experience something unexplainable, finish my shift, go home, rinse and repeat. I left St. Elizabeth's about a year after they demolished the abandoned parts of the hospital, the pediatric wing, the old morgue, all gone. They cleared out that space for a parking lot and some administrative buildings. I found a better-paying security job at a shopping centre and didn't think much about the hospital after that. Fast forward 5 years, the shopping centre closed down, economy and all that, and I needed work. When I saw St. Elizabeth's was hiring security again, I figured, why not? I knew the place, and the night differential pay was decent. But from the moment I walked back through those doors for my first shift, something felt wrong. The remaining parts of the original building, the ER and rehab wing, felt heavy. Not physically heavier, but like the air itself was dense, like when you walk into a room where people have been arguing and you can feel the tension even though everyone's quiet now. That kind of heavy. I chalked it up to nerves or just bad memories, but halfway through my first shift, I decided to do what had worked before. I found a quiet moment in an empty corridor and spoke out loud. I know some of you might be displaced because of the construction. I'm back, and the same rules apply. No touching, no following me home, and don't intentionally try to scare me. We can coexist here. I felt ridiculous talking to an empty hallway, but also relieved. Like I'd addressed the elephant in the room. For about half an hour, everything was normal, just a regular, boring security patrol. Then I saw her. I was in the main lobby, checking the doors were secured for the night. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted movement. A woman in what looked like an old-fashioned nun's habit, walking purposefully across the lobby toward where the chapel used to be before demolition. The thing is, the new chapel was in a completely different location now. "Excuse me, ma'am?" I called out, thinking maybe it was someone from the local church visiting a patient and got lost. But she didn't stop or acknowledge me. I followed her around the corner where she disappeared, but the hallway was empty, completely empty, and it was a long, straight corridor with nowhere to duck into. No doors for at least 30 feet. She'd just vanished. My heart was pounding, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe she'd moved faster than I thought and made it to one of the doors, but deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The rest of that shift was quiet, but I couldn't shake the uneasiness. The following night was my second shift back, and I was on high alert from the start. Nothing unusual happened until about 3 a.m. when I needed to use the bathroom. I went to the restroom at the far end of the hospital, the one patients and visitors rarely use. As I was washing my hands, I heard a loud sigh from one of the stalls behind me, then the sound of a toilet flushing, followed by the automatic door of the stall swinging open. But nobody came out. I stood there, hands dripping wet, waiting for someone to exit the stall. Nothing. The door was wide open now, swinging slightly. "Hello?" I called out. No response. I checked every stall in that bathroom, all empty, and I know for a fact no one entered or left that bathroom while I was in there. The main door makes this distinctive squeak, impossible to miss, and there were no windows or other exits. Over the next few shifts, things escalated. I'd hear my name called from down dark hallways, not shouted, just spoken normally, like someone trying to get my attention. "Thomas? Someone there?" Or, "Who's there?" in a questioning tone. Sometimes it sounded like my supervisor, other times it was voices I didn't recognize. One night, I was doing my rounds on the second floor of the rehab wing when all the lights in the corridor ahead of me flickered violently for about 10 seconds. Not just a simple flicker, more like a strobe effect. When they stabilized, I swear I saw a patient in a hospital gown standing at the far end of the hallway just staring at me. But as I approached, there was nobody there. I checked every room on that floor, all patients accounted for, all asleep in their beds. The maintenance staff couldn't find any electrical issues when I reported it. They blamed it on the age of the building, even though that section had been rewired recently. The night staff started noticing I was jumpy. A nurse asked if everything was okay after I nearly jumped out of my skin when she approached me from behind. I played it off as too much coffee, but I think she knew something was up. By my second week back, I was seriously considering quitting. The only thing stopping me was needing the paycheck. I tried telling myself it was all in my head, but deep down, I knew better. Whatever understanding I'd had with the spirits before was gone. It felt like they were angry, displaced, confused, and I was the only one acknowledging their existence. Then came the incident that finally pushed me to transfer to the new hospital facility across town. I was making my rounds in the admin area near the old demolished wing when my radio suddenly turned off. Now, these radios are kept in covered holders on our belts that make it nearly impossible to accidentally hit the power button. I tried turning it back on, but it wouldn't respond. Dead as a doornail. About 10 minutes later, my supervisor found me, clearly annoyed. He'd been trying to reach me for urgent coverage. An officer in the psychiatric ward had injured himself and needed immediate replacement. I explained about the radio, which miraculously worked fine once I was with him. Here's the thing that still makes my skin crawl. The officer who got injured, he was attacked by a patient who had suddenly become violent, claiming the nun told me to do it. The same patient had been completely stable for weeks before that. When I heard that detail, I just knew. Something didn't want me going to the psychiatric ward that night. I put in for a transfer the next morning. I work at the new facility now, where the worst thing I deal with is the occasional drunk in the ER, or family members arguing over parking spots. But I still think about St. Elizabeth's, about what might be wandering those corridors at night, about why they seemed to target me specifically when I returned. Was it because I acknowledged them when others wouldn't? Was it because they remembered me? Or was something darker happening there? I drive past the old building sometimes on my way home. It looks harmless enough in the daylight, but I'll never set foot in there again after dark. Some places just have too much history, too much pain absorbed into their walls. And sometimes I think that pain doesn't want to be forgotten, even when parts of its home are demolished and paved over. I still hear children laughing in my dreams sometimes, and occasionally, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I could swear I hear someone sigh. Story 23. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for weeks now. I'm not the type of person who believes in supernatural stuff. I've always been practical, logical, the guy who rolls his eyes at ghost stories around the campfire. But what I experienced that night in my uncle's cabin has completely shattered everything I thought I knew about reality. It was late January, easily the coldest part of winter in northern Minnesota. My Uncle Mike lives about 30 miles from the Canadian border in this old hunting cabin that's been in our family for generations. It's completely off-grid, no internet, spotty cell service at best, wood stove for heat, the whole 9 yards. The isolation never bothered me before. In fact, that's why I decided to visit. I needed to clear my head after a rough breakup and thought some time away from everything would help. The drive up was beautiful but eerie. The further north I drove, the fewer cars I passed. By the time I hit the unmarked logging road that leads to his property, I hadn't seen another vehicle for almost an hour. The snow was piled high on either side of the narrow road, and the trees were so laden with snow they bent toward the ground like old men hunched over canes. Uncle Mike greeted me with his usual bear hug when I arrived. He's this tall, weathered guy with a beard that's gone mostly grey now. He's lived alone since my aunt passed about 5 years ago. Most people would go crazy with that much solitude, but he seems to thrive on it. We spent the first day catching up. He showed me the improvements he'd made to the cabin, a new set of solar panels, reinforced roof supports to handle the heavy snow load, stuff like that. The cabin itself is small but cozy. One main room with a kitchen area, a small bedroom off to the side, and a loft space where I was sleeping. The walls are thick logs, and the windows are double paned to keep the brutal cold out. That evening after dinner, Uncle Mike mentioned he needed to head into town the next day for supplies. The forecast was calling for temperatures to drop to -30, maybe colder, with the wind chill. He asked if I wanted to come along, but I declined. The whole point of being there was to enjoy the solitude. Just keep the wood stove going, he advised. And don't go wandering too far into the woods. It's easy to get turned around, especially when it's this cold. I nodded, thinking he was just being overprotective. I was 32 years old, not some clueless kid. I'd spent plenty of time outdoors. He left early the next morning, around 7. Should be back by 6, he said, zipping up his heavy coat. If the truck starts acting up in this cold, might be later. There's leftover stew in the fridge for lunch. After he left, I spent the morning reading and enjoying the silence. Around midday, I decided to take a short walk around the property. Uncle Mike had cleared a path around the cabin, and I followed it, admiring how the sunlight sparkled on the fresh snow. The air was so cold it hurt to breathe, like inhaling tiny shards of glass. My beard froze within minutes, and the moisture from my breath formed ice crystals on my scarf. I didn't stay out long, maybe 20 minutes, before the bitter cold drove me back inside. The rest of the day passed quietly. I kept the fire going, read more of my book, and dozed off on the couch at one point. By the time evening rolled around, the temperature had dropped dramatically. The windows had frost patterns creeping across them, and even with the wood stove cranking, there was a chill in the air. Uncle Mike had texted that he'd be later than expected. The truck was having trouble in the extreme cold, and he wanted to wait until they salted the main roads again. I wasn't worried. I made myself dinner from the leftover stew, added more logs to the fire, and settled in with my book. The cabin creaked and popped as the temperature outside continued to plummet. Those sounds didn't bother me. Old buildings make noise, especially in extreme temperatures. It was around 10 o'clock when I first heard it. At first, I thought it was just a branch dragging across the roof. We were supposed to get some wind that night, and the trees surrounding the cabin had plenty of low-hanging limbs. But then I realized the sound wasn't coming from above. It was coming from outside the walls. A slow, deliberate dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the snow. I lowered my book and listened more carefully. The sound moved from the back of the cabin, around the side, and toward the front. It wasn't continuous. There would be the dragging noise, then silence, then the dragging again, almost like footsteps, but wrong somehow. Too irregular, too deliberate. My first thought was that it might be an injured animal, maybe a deer that had been hit by a car and had wandered onto the property. I set my book down and walked to the front window, peering out into the darkness. The yard was bathed in moonlight reflecting off the snow, bright enough that I could see the tree line about 50 yards away. Nothing moved in that silver-blue landscape. I was about to turn away when the dragging sound came again, this time right outside the window I was looking through. I jumped back, heart hammering in my chest. Then, in the silence that followed, 3 distinct knocks on the glass. Knock, 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 not frantic, not rapid, slow, purposeful knocks, as if whoever or whatever was outside knew exactly what they were doing. "Uncle Mike?" I called out, though I knew it couldn't be him. He would have pulled up in his truck and I would have heard the engine. Plus, he wouldn't knock on the window. He'd use the door. No answer. I reached for the heavy flashlight that Uncle Mike kept on the mantel above the fireplace. My hands were shaking as I turned it on and pointed the beam toward the window. Nothing was there. I swept the flashlight beam across the yard, and that's when I saw it, standing just at the edge of the tree line. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was tall, much taller than any person I've ever seen, 7, maybe 8 feet in height. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin, like tree branches stripped of bark. The skin, if you could call it that, looked blackened and withered, like severe frostbite. But it was the face that made my blood turn to ice. The head was elongated, almost skull-like, with patches of stringy hair clinging to the scalp, and the eyes, God, the eyes. They glowed red-orange in the darkness, not just reflecting my flashlight beam, but producing their own light, like dying embers in a fire pit. I stood frozen, unable to look away as the thing stared back at me. Then slowly, its face stretched into what I can only describe as a smile, but all wrong. The mouth opened too wide, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. No human mouth could open that wide. No human could have that many teeth. Then it spoke. The voice sounded like several voices layered on top of each other, some high and whispery, others deep and guttural. The words were distorted, as if being forced through a broken speaker, but I could understand them clearly. "Let me in." My whole body went cold. I stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight. It hit the floor with a loud thud, but thankfully stayed on. I scrambled to pick it up, and when I shone it back toward the tree line, the thing was gone. I ran to the front door to make sure it was locked, then checked every window in the cabin. I grabbed Uncle Mike's hunting rifle from the rack on the wall, loaded it with shaking hands, and retreated to the corner of the room, farthest from any windows or doors. I don't know how long I sat there, rifle clutched to my chest, listening for any sound from outside. After what felt like hours, I heard it again, that same dragging sound, now moving around the perimeter of the cabin. It would stop occasionally, and then there would be a scratching against the logs, like long fingernails or claws dragging slowly across the wood. "Let me in," the voice would call out each time it stopped. "So cold out here. Let me in." The scratching continued throughout the night. Sometimes it would stop for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'd start to think maybe it had gone away. Then it would start again, always followed by that terrible voice asking to be let in. At one point, it was right outside the wall I was sitting against. I could hear its labored breathing, a wet, rattling sound that made my skin crawl. "I can smell you," it whispered, so close it might as well have been sitting next to me. Let me in. I'm so hungry. I don't know if I dozed off from exhaustion or if I blacked out from fear. But the next thing I remember is headlights sweeping across the cabin as Uncle Mike's truck pulled up outside. The scratching stopped immediately. The dragging footsteps retreated, and then there was nothing but silence. I was still clutching the rifle when Uncle Mike walked in. He took one look at me, pale, trembling, wide-eyed with terror, and knew something was wrong. "What happened?" he asked, rushing over to me. I told him everything, my words tumbling out in a frantic, disjointed mess. As I spoke, his face grew increasingly grim. When I finished, he walked to the door and stepped outside, flashlight in hand. I followed him, staying close, as he examined the walls of the cabin and the surrounding snow. There were no marks on the wood, no footprints in the snow, nothing to indicate that anything had been there at all. "You must have fallen asleep and had a nightmare," he suggested, but I could tell from his tone that he didn't believe that any more than I did. "I know what I saw," I insisted. "I know what I heard." Uncle Mike was quiet for a long moment, staring out at the dark tree line. Finally, he sighed heavily and put his hand on my shoulder. "If you ever hear it again," he said, his voice low and serious, "don't look. And whatever you do, don't let it in." I left the next morning, cutting my visit short. As I was packing up, Uncle Mike finally told me about the local legends, stories the indigenous people have told for generations about a creature called the Wendigo, a spirit of winter and hunger that stalks the northern forests during the coldest, darkest nights. It mimics human voices, lures people into the woods, or tries to trick them into inviting it into their homes. "Some say it was once human," he explained reluctantly. "Someone who committed the ultimate taboo, cannibalism, during a harsh winter and was transformed as punishment. Now it's always hungry, always cold, always looking for its next victim." I didn't sleep at all that last night. I kept the rifle by my bed and stared at the ceiling until dawn, listening for that dragging sound to return. It didn't, but sometimes I swear I could still hear that voice, barely audible, like it was coming from very far away. "Let me in." That was 3 weeks ago. I'm back home now, hundreds of miles away from that cabin, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me. On particularly cold nights, I think I hear scratching at my bedroom window, and sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear that voice again, distorted and hungry, asking to be let in. Story 24. I still get chills thinking about it. It happened when I was 15, living in this old apartment building in London with my mum and older brother. My dad had moved out a few years earlier, and we'd downsized to this place near Finsbury Park. It wasn't fancy, just a 2-bedroom flat with thin walls and dodgy heating, but it was home. This happened on a Thursday night in November about 5 years ago. I remember because it was freezing, and we'd just had those parent-teacher meetings at school earlier that day. My mum was working a night shift at the hospital. She's a nurse, and my brother Callum was supposed to be at his mate's place until around 1 in the morning. I should have been asleep, but I was on the phone with my girlfriend Emma. We'd only been dating for about 3 weeks, and we were in that phase where we'd talk for hours about absolutely nothing. My mum would have killed me if she knew I was still up at midnight on a school night, but you know how it is when you're 15 and think you're invincible. Our flat was on the 3rd floor, and my bedroom was tiny. Barely enough space for a single bed, a desk, and my school stuff. The walls were this depressing beige color that looked even worse under the yellow lamplight. I was lying in bed, with my headphones in, trying to keep my voice down so the neighbors wouldn't hear. It was around 20 minutes to 1 when I heard the front door open. The sound was unmistakable. Our door had this specific creak that we'd all gotten used to. I figured it was Callum coming home, maybe a bit earlier than expected. He had a key, and Mum wasn't due back until 7 in the morning. "I gotta go," I whispered to Emma. "My brother's home, and if he catches me still awake, he'll either take the piss or tell Mum. She laughed, and we said goodnight. I quickly unplugged my headphones, tossed my phone under my pillow, and pulled my blanket up to my neck. I closed my eyes almost completely, leaving them open just enough to see through my eyelashes. An old trick from when I was younger, and would pretend to be asleep when my parents checked on me. I heard footsteps in the hallway, not the heavy, clumsy steps Callum usually made, but lighter, more deliberate ones. My bedroom door slowly opened, and through my barely open eyes, I saw a dark figure standing in the doorway. The hallway light was off, so I couldn't make out any details, but I assumed it was Callum, trying to check if I was awake. After a few seconds, the door closed again, but something felt weird. I can't explain it exactly, but there was this heaviness in the air, like when you can feel a thunderstorm coming. I figured Callum was messing with me. He'd done this before, pretending to leave my room, but actually sneaking in to scare me or steal something from my desk. I stayed still, waiting for him to reveal himself or leave for real. That's when I felt something trace the outline of my feet through the blanket. It wasn't aggressive or anything, just a light touch moving from my right foot to my left. I thought it was strange, not really Callum's style, but I still assumed it was him being weird. The touch moved up from my feet to my legs, then stopped. I could sense someone standing right beside my bed now, close enough that I could feel their presence without even looking. I decided to stop pretending and catch him in the act, so I opened my eyes fully, ready to tell him off for being a prick. But it wasn't Callum. What I saw standing beside my bed wasn't my brother. It wasn't anyone. It was a shape, a dark, human-shaped outline that seemed to absorb the little bit of light coming through my window. It had no features I could make out, no eyes, no mouth, no clothes, just this dense, black silhouette that was somehow darker than the darkness around it. I froze, completely and utterly froze. My mind was screaming at me to move, to shout, to do something, but my body wouldn't respond. For a second, I thought maybe I was having sleep paralysis, even though I knew I was fully awake just moments before. Then it spoke. The voice didn't come from where a mouth should be. It seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere at once, inside my head, but also filling the entire room. It was barely above a whisper, but crystal clear, like someone speaking directly into my ear. Not your brother. Just those 3 words. The voice was deep and dry, like paper being slowly torn. There was no emotion in it, no anger or malice, which somehow made it more terrifying. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember trying to get away. The next thing I recall is waking up the next morning, still in the exact same position, my blanket still pulled up to my neck. My alarm was blaring, and sunlight was streaming through the window. For a few blessed seconds, I thought it had all been a nightmare. That relief lasted until I noticed something. My bedroom door was open. I always sleep with it closed. Always. I got out of bed, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stand. I stumbled into the kitchen where my mum was making breakfast before heading to bed after her shift. "You look awful," she said, pushing a cup of tea toward me. "Bad night." I mumbled something about not sleeping well and asked if Callum was home. She told me he'd called last night saying he was staying at his friend's place and would be back this afternoon. The cup nearly slipped from my hand. "But someone came home last night," I said. "I heard the front door open around 1 o'clock. My mum looked confused. "I just got in an hour ago, love, and I checked the door when I came in. It was locked, chain and all." I sat down hard on the kitchen chair, trying to process what she was saying. If Callum hadn't come home, and Mum had just arrived, then who or what had opened my bedroom door? What had stood by my bed and touched my feet through the blanket? What had spoken to me? I didn't tell my mum what happened. How could I? It sounded mental, even to me. I convinced myself it must have been sleep paralysis. even though I knew I'd been awake when it started. I'd heard of hallucinations that seemed completely real, and I figured that must be what happened. But then I noticed something else. My phone wasn't under my pillow where I'd left it. I found it on my desk, plugged into the charger. I never put it there. I checked the call history, and sure enough, there was the call with Emma, ending at 12:41. I asked Callum about it when he came home, thinking maybe he'd stopped by briefly, and I'd somehow merged reality with a nightmare. He swore he hadn't been home, and I believed him. He's a lot of things, but not a convincing liar. I spent weeks researching possible explanations. Sleep paralysis didn't quite fit because I could move before the encounter. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but no one else in the flat experienced anything strange. Lucid dreaming, night terrors, hypnagogic hallucinations, none of them felt right. I even tried convincing myself it was just some random person who'd broken in, but that made no sense either. Nothing was stolen, and why would a burglar touch my feet and say those specific words? The strangest part is that nothing like this has ever happened again. No more shadow figures, no more voices, no more unexplained visitors. It was a one-time occurrence that defies any explanation I can come up with. I did go back to look at our door locks a few days after it happened. Both locks were working perfectly, and the chain was intact. There was no way someone could have gotten in without a key, and only my mum, Callum, and I had keys. For a while I was terrified of being alone in the flat. I'd leave all the lights on and play music or the TV just to have noise. I started sleeping with my desk chair propped against my bedroom door. My grades suffered because I was too exhausted to focus at school. Emma and I broke up a couple weeks later, partly because I'd become so jumpy and distracted. Eventually, the fear faded enough that I could function normally again. But I've never forgotten that voice or that shadow. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still get the feeling that something is watching me from the dark corners of my room. The worst part isn't the fear, though. It's the uncertainty, not knowing what it was or why it happened to me, not knowing if it was real or some bizarre psychological episode, not knowing if it might happen again someday. I've told only a few close friends about this, and their reactions range from fascination to obvious skepticism. I get it. I'd probably react the same way if someone told me this story. It sounds like something from a horror movie, not something that happens in real life to ordinary people. But it did happen. At least, it happened to me in a way that felt completely real. And after 5 years of trying to make sense of it, I'm no closer to understanding what stood beside my bed that night, or what it wanted from me. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can still hear those 3 words echoing in my head, "Not your brother." And I pull the blanket a little tighter, keeping my feet well away from the edge of the bed.